It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Undead, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Grey. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Grey from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Grey to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.
What a pleasure to listen to that amazing music and watch that video. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, all the Arvanauts. Welcome, all, to Day 17 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War, Justice for Salvation. I hope everyone is doing well. I am looking forward to the session tonight as we wrap up work in Salvation and prepare to head off to a new setting. The same overall world, of course, of Eberron and the continent of Corvair, but a new place as the party is going to be heading in a different direction to find out more about this Oracle of War. But we'll talk about that in just a moment. Before we move any farther, let me remind everybody about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube channel with !ArvTube. Please sub to us over there. That is always much appreciated. It makes a big difference because we are trying to get that channel to 1,000 subscribers. That will allow us to monetize the channel and give us some flexibility in terms of that and this channel. So please support us over there. That would be much appreciated. !ArvCord is our Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. That's always hopping, that server. Exclamation point Arv tweets is my Twitter, where you can always check out what I am doing in terms of stuff relating to D&D and Twitch and streaming and teaching and game mastering and music and writing and family and even occasionally politics and stuff like that too. So that's happening, and that is always appreciated. And of course, all the website for this is at arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, exclamation point Arv shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff related to this very campaign, Infinity and Beyond, and also Adventures in Middle-earth that we do usually on Tuesdays, and Esper Genesis related stuff as well. Exclamation point Arv Treon is the Patreon. We're really trying to pull that north of 198 and start us moving in a new direction again, so that would be lovely. Exclamation point Arv Treon for that. You can get good stuff for yourself and good stuff for the channel as we move forward with our channel goals. So thank you so much if you've already done it. If not, please consider supporting us there. Also, consider subscribing to the channel, as many of you have done. Subscribing to the channel allows you, of course, to get those custom sub badges and emotes. And with both Patreon support and with the subscriber support, if you do it at a high enough level, you can also get inspirations to help our tabletop players throughout the month, including this one. So that is always very much appreciated if you could support us over there. On the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, award-winning graphic novel. Very proud of that. Also very proud of exclamation point Library, which is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and both Alligator Alley and Athos Arts are working together on my Greyshade Kickstarter, exclamation point Greyshade KS. And as I believe I've mentioned, the Greyshade Kickstarter, which is going to be launching in early June, publication for Greyshade the novel is going to be happening on May 31st, and we are going to be doing our cover reveal for Greyshade next month and early next month, and it's going to happen during an Eberron stream. I don't yet know if that's going to be April 2nd, Saturday the 2nd, or Saturday the 9th. That partly depends on what the schedule is for the players. But on one of those 2 days, we're going to be doing a Greyshade cover reveal. So very excited about that. That, again, is going to be happening early next month. So very cool stuff. I'm excited for that. Again, that's exclamation point Greyshade KS. Finally, on the, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, which will allow you to find links to support people over in the country in Ukraine, who of course are fighting just awful, horrible humanitarian catastrophe because of a obsession with imperialist expansion, and that's the kind of thing that we need to fight against. So please use those links to go over and show your support with the fine people of Ukraine. With that said, tonight we have got the continuation again of D&D with I&B, Eberron Oracle of War. Tomorrow I want to remind everybody that I believe at either 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern, I have to check my calendar, we are going to have the return of the joint Speculate channel event of Girl by Moonlight, Fractal Spire, with Brandon O'Brien as your GM. So we will have Brandon back here for Brandon O'Brien Sundays, as we like to say. That'll be happening tomorrow. Then Monday, we will be off. Tuesday, we have a big day of Adventures in Middle-earth at noon Eastern. Then at 4 p.m. Eastern, D&D with GOG, Ghosts of Saltmarsh. And then in the evening, we have the Arvoculus returning with some more Planescape Torment. So that's going to be super exciting. I cannot wait for all of that. Thanks, Echo. And as far as the question that you asked about considering more writing streams and coffee shops, I am 100% going to be doing more writing streams as time goes on, but not until I get to the point where I've got something that I'm actively working on and with all the other stuff out of the way, especially because a lot of what I've been doing on Fridays is managing stuff like grading and doing other things like that. So I plan to go back to that. Trust me, there is going to be more of that happening, especially as I'm, as you say, going back into coffee shops, like as we're beginning to open things back up. So yes, I will be doing that for sure in the future. No plans in terms of like specific schedule, but that is on my radar screen for sure. Otherwise, welcome to everybody. I hope everyone's well. And last note for tonight, please spread the word about this show. I know a lot of you today retweeted this, and I really appreciate that, or liked it. Please like and retweet this stream. Please let people know and get them over here. Let's get a lot of people over to appreciate the awesomeness of this amazing community, all of you, and the D&D that we play here. With that said, I'm going to unmute myself and apologize unreservedly for anyone that I have, as usual, interrupted. And then, with no trepidation but just excitement, I'm going to unmute them and head over to the reveal the amazing and incredible Infinity and Beyond crew. They are here. They are ready. They survived.
No, we're still busy.
The battle.
We're still talking stuff. Come back in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Go back to the beginning. Do a little bit more intro, then come back. We'll be ready.
More intro. They survived the Battle of Salvation. They're here. They've leveled up. They are ready to go. Nothing will ever destroy them. Everything will be great. And all of what I've just said is put in the not really, but we'll see how things go frame. I'm sure it's going to be great. I'm very excited to hear from these folks, and I'm going to start as always with the gentleman at the bottom left of the pyramid there, and that is one Mr. Trent Sparks, whose name, let it be known, is now properly listed as Trent Sparks on the Audible thing. So if you go over to Icarus now, you'll see that one of Trent's credits is in fact under Trent Sparks, and you can find everything that Trent's ever done ever in his life at all times. I'm just kidding. Just the audio stuff over there under Trent Sparks. But Trent, good to see you. How's life in the universe with you and that sort of thing? And who are you playing today?
I am not ready.
For
the
wrong shirt.
You are not prepared.
See, even Rob agrees.
You are not even Trent Sparks. Okay, well, before you get the new shirt, tell us when you become Trent Sparks, who you'll be playing, I guess, and all that.
Okay,
kind of
when I become Trent Sparks, I will be playing a guy who looks a lot like Trent Sparks, actually, named Miatantan Tagashaw de Kenneth of the House Kenneth, and he is a battlesmith artificer who builds lots of neat things and does, quick little enchantments that turn things magical for a little bit. Usually it says indefinitely, and then later on in the spell description it says until the spell ends. I'm like, that is not indefinitely.
Not indefinitely. You're like, yay! Oh,
damn it!
With and your companion is the goodest boy.
He is among the goodest of boys. Yes. I'm sure there are probably goodester boys, which sounds like it should be a book title.
Everyone's like, no, that's not true. There was no gooder boy.
Okay, I said goodester.
Yeah, the goodester.
But his name is Spanner, and he was a bit clutch in the last episode.
Yeah, he was.
Which I was looking at the thing, double checking post facto, which I think means after the facto. To make sure that he can do what I told him to do, because he's only supposed to be able to do certain things like when I order him to. But since the command I gave him was go heal Ilarion, that's what he was going to do.
Yeah.
And so he just kept doing it, until he couldn't anymore. And then he's like,
yep.
Now what? And no, he also was able to kind of help defend our fellow party members by imposing disadvantage on other people, which is something that he can do as a reaction. But if you want to know what the inspiration for Spanner was, go and don't watch the movie. The movie is awful. The movie is terrible. You can watch the trailer for the movie. That's fine. Look up the trailer for the movie Axel, and you'll see this giant robotic dog that hangs around with this fucking annoying teenager motorbiker. God, the writing is so stupid. Anyway.
Tell us how you really feel.
Okay. But there's a scene where Axel opens his mouth and you just see like this monster demon pencil sharpener of gears just spinning around inside. I'm like, yes, that's what force empowered Rend looks like. It just ow. Yeah. So there's that. And speaking of wolves, sort of, Rob, I mentioned Blythe. The reason I mentioned him is because a lot of people have been pronouncing his name Blade because it's B-L-A-I-D-D.
Blade, which means to bluff. No,
right.
Bluff. Yeah.
Right. But it's Welsh for wolf, so it's Blythe. So when you run into him,
correct.
And he even says it. He says it himself. He's like, I'm Blythe.
Yes.
I'm like, why do people keep getting this wrong? I don't understand.
Because nobody speaks Welsh, not even the Welsh.
Well, that's true. It's a very moist language. But not speaking of which, We have.
Apologies to our Welsh viewers. Your language
I
is
was gonna
lovely,
say,
and we love it. We really
I play with Dark Saber
appreciate
2K
you.
over on GOG, and he's just gonna be like, "What?" Because he is indeed Welsh.
No, he's not going to be like, what? He's going to say
He's going to say
something that
15
sounds like
consonants,
what, and it's just going
which
to
works to
flood.
what? Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
anyway, very
exactly.
moist language. And then we have Mary May.
Absolutely. We have, of course, Marie Bilodeau, who speaks a language that has no such confusions in addition to English. French is a very rational language, has no mistakes or oddities about it at all. And, everything makes sense in French. Is that true, Marie? Everything makes complete, total...
Certainement. Of course.
Marie, it is good to see you. How is life in the universe with you and who you're playing and all that stuff?
Life is very good. It was a good weekend. It is raining here. The snow is quickly melting, and it is amazing. And there are flood warnings, and life is good. And there were
joy of flood warnings.
The joy of flood warnings, so much better than more snow warnings. I threw out a couple of shelves I was trying to clean. I just threw them on the snowbank so that the rain could fall upon them. It's beautiful. It's very rejuvenating. And there were chocolate cupcakes to celebrate this occasion with cute little spring flowers on top.
That's good. That to me is maybe the most important aspect of what you just said. You kind of buried the lead there, Marie. I mean, like the chocolate.
I agree.
I wanted to work it up. I wanted to, bring you all on a journey. And also, our foundation crack, which we got fixed in the fall, is not leaking, which is very exciting.
Awesome.
Also,
that's awesome. Good.
Yeah. Good life.
That's awesome. Who are you playing today?
I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am a College of Swords bard, recently come up to level 5. I am a Kalishtar, and I am very excited to stab more things. And I am sister to Jen's character, Anisiana. So it is very exciting. We're on a journey of fun.
You are on a journey.
And stabbing.
And stabbing.
That's part of the fun, though, to be fair.
Fun and flourishes. That's absolutely right.
Fun and flourish.
I do want to mention that in the case of both Marie and Jen, I kept not so subtly hinting about this, but very soon, chat, you will be learning more places where Jen and Marie may be seen in person. That's right. Not just virtually through your screens, but you might even be able to meet them in person if you go to one of these events, to which I am not yet allowed to explain their connection to it. But soon you will know what these events are. And I am excited to bring that to you because they are very good people, and I'm excited to bring them to you in a live, they're already live, you know what I'm saying, like an in-person format. So.
And what's really exciting is Jen and I have never met in people. We have never actually met in people, and we've been friends for years now. So I'm very excited.
Yeah. It's going to be great. The amazing, the friend energy is going to be off the chain. It's going to be great. I'm excited. Thank you, Marie. Always a pleasure. And also always a pleasure to have Mr. John Helfers with us. John, it's good to see you. And just for today, John has access to my Zoom account for other reasons, which I won't get into now. And so there are times when, mostly from his Emberwind days, so there are times when I'm like looking away and John just appears. So that happened today where I'm like doing stuff, and all of a sudden you hear, with his Ilarian voice, something to the effect of like, "All right, I have arrived," and it's just like, Jesus God, like, so, but I just want y'all to know that that John is in the building. Okay, John is here with us, and
he has not yet mastered the power of his voice.
He's not mastered the power of the voice, and his quarterback has returned.
That's why he hires us, professionals in this field.
That's right. So Aaron Rodgers has returned in the fold, so he continue to spread his anti-vax views. So he can continue to be a quarterback for the Green Bay Packers.
But he can continue to choke in the playoffs. Is what he can really do.
That's fair enough. How you doing, John? How's life with you, and who are you playing today?
Good. And also don't know where he thinks he's gonna throw to now that Adams is going to the Raiders.
True, I saw that. Yeah.
Which I mean, as a business decision, yes, but really, Adams, good luck chasing the Super Bowl over there. That's all I'm
seems
gonna say.
odd. Agree.
That's all I'm gonna say, but gotta get that cheddar while you can. Anyways, I'm well. Otherwise, yes, we have Rodgers for another couple of years, and that, to me, the bloom is definitely off that rose. Let me tell you. Yeah. But otherwise, things are well in Green Bay. Also melting, a lot of melting here. Very melty. It was up to 60, I think, on Wednesday. So I'm with the melters. Yes, we have like no snow left, and no trees outside our house either. So that was a thing. Last week, those who, I don't know if anyone follows my wife, we had a cat up a tree. Dead trees because of the emerald ash borer, and then we made a comment on Facebook that, hey, these trees are dead and probably pose a hazard. And the next day, the city was coming and cutting them down, which they were going to do anyways. But we were like, when's this happening? It was the next day. They did not waste any time.
Wow.
So we have bear, and unfortunately we face the west, so now the sun's going to just beat right into our house. Like, this is going to be an interesting summer, but no complaints. Meanwhile, in Fantasyland, I am playing Alarion, the Starforged Warforged. We hit 5 level, and his big thing, or their big thing, was 2 attacks around and some more hit points.
Yes.
So
and
bulked up.
Even more armor. No, thank God, not even.
Well,
more
yes,
armor.
actually, even more armor, because my armor did go up as well.
That's
so there
true.
you go.
There's more Aegis stuff. Yeah, and we'll talk about what
ours favorite part of Alarion is their armor. Yes,
it's true.
Exactly.
Although despite my my mostly joking grumbling about Alarion's AC, it is interesting to me how many times Alarion comes close to going down in fights, because there is something to be said for he's the tank. You know, I was just thinking about this, but, you know, in the world, there are cases where tanks tend to be very vulnerable to a group of very determined defenders, if you know what I'm saying. And you can kind of take down lots and lots of them, especially if they're doing something which is part of imperialist and evil expansion. Sorry, let me just bring myself
with
back
the
to
right
the present.
tactics and the will of the people, much can be done.
Indeed.
Much
Anyway,
can be done.
but no, I'm excited to see more of Alarion. Thank you, John. Always a pleasure, and also a pleasure as always to have one Jennifer Brozek with us. Jen, it's good to see you. I hope all is well with you. Now Seattle. I mean, was there anything to melt? Like, I mean, what was there stuff that needs to be melted? Are you already melted? Right? Like, I assume
we already melted. Basically where I am, but there's a convergence zone, so like 5 miles one way and 5 miles the other way, snow everywhere. But I am currently in you are going to be wet for the next 2 weeks, kind of storm after storm after storm is now currently hitting us, which is needed for the snowpacks in the mountains, but it makes it for a very moist spring.
Yep.
As they say.
Yep.
It has been quite the month for me. I had an anthology come out on the 11th called The Reinvented Heart. For those of you interested in my newest Shadowrun novel, that just came out this week. Elephant Black is out.
Nice.
And I hope you all love it. I also have two backlist books being re-released through another company, but I will do a blog post about that later. But one of the more interesting things is here on Arvin Elrond's channel. Me and Marie are part of the Bag of Giving. And Marie is running us through Unsung Heroes.
Huzzah.
A band of tieflings called Ember. Not one of us is a bard, but we do very good work. So that is actually on the 28th. That is a charity for
A hero.
the Hero Initiative.
Right.
The hero initiative. Thank you.
Yes, I know. There's so many things going on to try and remember. Like, I literally didn't remember to level up my character, but we figured it out. I can revivify now. I have Beacon of Hope. I have more spells. I don't know how many more spells, but I will get that 2 more spells. So I now have 5 third level spells. Trent will fix that for me because I don't
think you have 5 third level spells.
No,
You have 2.
I was gonna say that.
Okay.
I was like, I don't believe. I have great admiration for
I have
Nisiana
3
skills, but I think that's
right
a little
now.
bit of a.
You have 3 right now, but those come because of your dragon marks,
Yes.
Yeah.
which is why you had access to them before you even got the ability
okay.
to cast level 2 spells.
Got
Before you finish up, Jen, just one quick note. I want to highlight and redouble the thing about Bag of Giving, the charity event that we do here twice a month. That was created by Brandon Crilly and Mike Underwood. We've been raising a lot of money for charity. It's my honor to be able to host those events on this channel, and we've done things, and it's been all over the map in terms of all these different kinds of games too. But although I love all of these games that I've seen played and have played a number of them myself, my first love in terms of games for a variety of historical reasons is Dungeons & Dragons, and getting the chance to listen to that on my way home from work, which I will do on that Monday the 28th, and to listen to Marie, who's one of my favorite people, and I play with Marie all the time and stuff, but I have never heard Marie actually DM, and I've just heard the legends that spread through the world about like what Marie's DMing is like. So I'm excited to hear, obviously, Jen and many of the people that I know in that campaign, but also Marie DMing it for these people. So you do not want to miss that. Like,
and it is no lie. We in the background have done a couple of session zeros. As a monk, I was punching clouds, or about to.
Right?
Awesome.
You were getting there.
And it's going to be light and fun, and it's a homebrew too. So come and enjoy the craziness.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Very
sorry,
much
Jen,
the theater of the mind.
I just wanted to
I'm all on board. And for those of you who don't know, I'm playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, a healer from the House of Healing, and I'm a halfling, and I actually do a lot more stabbing than I thought I would do with my what is it, sacred weapon?
Your spiritual weapon and your sacred flame, as opposed to sacred weapon and spiritual flame. But I imagine it all kind of comes together at some point.
It all does.
Medics stab people all the time. Don't worry about it.
I do stab people when I have to, especially if I'm protecting my sister. And speaking of Alarian's AC, I had the ability to give him more AC. So, and
yes, because that's what he needs is more AC. Clearly, that's what they need.
And of course, Spanner is the bestest boy, and I love him to pieces. So I'm a little scattered right now. I'm going to try and bring it in, and then
since you were just talking about a dog, you could get squirrel. And
I'm happy to be here, and I'm glad you all are here. And please go check out Elf in Black.
Do all those things. Absolutely check it out. Jen, of course, an excellent writer, and you should check all of Jen's stuff. And you should also check all of the stuff of someone who has recorded, I believe, a little bit of Jen's work, but has certainly recorded lots of work within the universe, within one of the universes within which Jen works. And that is our good friend Darkside Rob, who is all about the music, the voice acting, the stream creation, etc., and is with us as always. Rob, it's good to see you. What is the shirt? What does that say?
Oh, it's Rockstar.
Oh, it's Rockstar. Oh, okay.
Well, there you go. This is a shirt that I have from another life when I used to be in video games criticism and journalism, when I owned GameCrashers.net. I got as a part of, actually, I think I got this shirt and it came out around the same time as, what was it? What was that crazy game that,
Spore.
the one that Rockstar took over from the third person shooter where he took pills to slow down time. Why can't I remember the name of it? Well, I was firing around and shooting and everything. Anyway, that game had come out and they were giving away all this stuff, and they gave away this bag and a shirt and everything. And somehow after, I don't even want to say how many years I've had this shirt, it still looks brand new because I learned how to not ruin my clothing and make it all shrink. I also shrank a little bit, which kind of helped. That was a long story. Anyway, first of all, I would like to say, sadly, I have not had the pleasure or privilege of recording any of Jen's work.
I thought you did. I'm sorry.
But I would love to, John Helfers.
Well, you did do some work on my on the Nellis Academy. I remember you told me
I did production work on that. I didn't do any recording work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've done production work on her writing and other people's audioing, but I have not had the chance to read any of her works myself. I'd love to be able to do that.
Max Payne. That's what it is.
Max Payne.
Yeah,
Yes. Max Payne 3. It's an okay Max Payne game. The first and second game are much better. But yeah, that game came out. God, that feels like forever and a day ago, and it doesn't seem that long ago. 2012 or something. I think is when that came out. And anyway, so there's that. On the other side of that, though, I have lots of stuff that I'm working on right now that hopefully will start releasing this month. In fact, no, because I know John will put a hit out on me if this stuff doesn't start coming out soon. There will be audiobooks in this year of our Lord, March 2022, and by that I mean our Lord of D&D and 5e. Eberron. Yes. And for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Darkside Rob, RAHB, also known on Audible and other places where my full name is as Robert Austin James. I am a voice actor, audio producer, video editor, and all-around singer, actor, performer, doer of silly things for, in order to pay for ramen. I actually had good ramen tonight. It was delicious. And yeah, you can check out everything I do here on Twitch, over on my Twitch page, twitch.tv/DarksideRob. I'm also on Instagram. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Facebook. And I eventually will be bringing my particular style of whatever the hell this is to TikTok when I figure out what the hell I'm going to be doing there. You can also check out my music on Bandcamp, and I have leveled up my character with some cool new abilities. For those of you who don't know who I'm playing the Shaman Swiftstride. Damn it, I was so close.
So close.
Nope. So Swiftstride. Shaman Shifter Swiftstride. No, Swift. I'm playing a Swiffer. I'm just going to Swiffer. I'm just a Swift up after the mess that follows this party when we enter or leave any town. You'll see it. The wreckage behind us will be long and wide.
True fact.
No, I'm a Shifter Shaman Swift Strider. Perfect. Moving on. And I have some new spells that I picked up as turning level 5. One of them, which is Counterspell, which allows me to interrupt a spell 3rd level or lower. And they have to do a DC save. They have to do an ability. No. They have to, if it's casting 4 level or higher, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. Okay. On a success, creature spell fails and has no effect. And the other spell that I picked up as part of my leveling up is Tidal Wave, which just sounds gloriously fun. You conjure up a wave of water that crashes down on an area within range. The area can be up to 30 feet long, up to 10 feet wide, up to 10 feet tall. Each creature in that area must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 4d8 bludgeoning damage, I would imagine, and is knocked prone. On a successful save, a creature takes half as much damage and is not knocked prone. The water then spreads out across the ground in all directions, extinguishing unprotected flames in its area within 30 feet of it, and then it vanishes, which for a water shaman just sounds fantastic.
And can I just note that that feels very much like every JRPG ever where you have a spell in a turn and it literally is just like, psh, and then it disappears. Like that sounds like Final Fantasy to me. I'm just like, yes. Yep. So that's what we do now. And so
feels like it's all come from the same rule book, eh?
And those are the main things for you, right, Yana? Because that's actually a good segue. I was going to ask everyone to tell me what they got next, so I'll move back in reverse order. So you have the spells.
Oh, sorry.
Right?
I completely didn't realize that people were.
No, it's fine. It
doing
actually
that right
works because that's fine. So
and then the last thing I have, the last thing I got from that is also Unrestrained Savagery, which works very well with my Gift of Savagery, because with Gift of Savagery I get claws on both hands, 1d8 plus 1, but I can only swipe with one of them. Now I can swipe with both of them.
That's the unrestrained part. Before it was restrained, it was just one.
Yeah,
now,
before it was restrained. It was one hand tied behind my back. I put them on. Now it's, I will destroy you if you like, just like a cat. I won't, I'm total glass cannon with claws. I won't last long if I have to take multiple hits. But if you pet me the wrong way, claws are going right in your eyeballs.
Just send in Yana, wait for the DPS screaming to stop, then you move in everyone else. So we will say. But always a pleasure, Rob. I am excited to hear what Yana has to do, and I'm going to move right back up. And Jen, I'm going to ask you what Nisiana has gotten in level 5. I think you mentioned some of it already, but anything else that's new that you want to highlight now that you've hit level 5?
I can, when I do turn undead, I can also destroy undead. It looks like I'm having trouble reading this thing. It says when an undead of CR 1/2,
right, challenge rating
of or lower fails its throw against it, they just are destroyed.
Right. Yep. So that basically means like when you run into, a vampire, this isn't going to do that. Like this would not destroy Strahd, but like, smaller level, like your garden variety zombies.
I don't know. Someday I want to play in the Strahd game, but otherwise I can revivify. I can Beacon of Hope, and I've upped my proficiency bonus. So things are a little bit tougher.
Yeah. It's good stuff. I am excited for all of that. And yeah, I was joking that like, and of course you'll never face undead again. After like a whole section that was nothing but undead, it'd just be like, well, you used up your undead. God damn it. No, there will be more undead. I have no doubt. Very
I would
cool.
be fine with it.
Yeah, they find no more undead. Very, very cool. 36 years of support. Thanks, Rob. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much, Rob. Thank you. Strahd is also not destroyed by eating jewelry, I heard. Yes, that is quite accurate, yes, for reasons we won't get into. Okay, cool. So that's good for Nisiana. I just as John has taken a bite of food, that's a perfect time for me to ask what Alarian has gained, reaching level 5.
First of all, apologies for eating dinner, but
no, totally
I
fine.
came to the stream a bit late, so I'm going to dine with sound off. Of course, you don't need to inflict that on anybody. But
So yes, so tell me what Alarian has gained besides just more Alarian,
more
like
buffness.
You know. Yes,
Exactly. Actually, really, this was. Yes, the buffness did help. So hit points are up to 36, and the armor's up to 18. But 5th level, other than the 2 attacks around, that was really it. They can now miss twice as much in a round instead of once.
They can now be twice as tanky. No, not quite twice as tanky. Okay, very cool. That is good stuff though. Still the 2 attacks around is not to be scoffed at.
And Jen, someday we'll talk about that Strahd campaign, because I kind of wanted to run one at some point. I'm not sure when that'll happen, but because after ours running and how it can turn out very, very differently every time you play it, that would be very interesting to run with a particular group I have in mind. But
cool.
I'm not sure when the time will be. Maybe after I win the lottery.
Outstanding. First order of business before anything. How do I run my Strahd campaign? Anyway, so cool stuff. Thank you, John. Moving right up to Merime. So Marie, what has Merime gained? You can now flourish 25 times around, right? And just like
exactly.
Yeah.
I just don't stop. I hit 25
just
times.
Constant flourish, yeah.
Constant flourishes. I do get one more die of inspiration, so that's up to 5, and they go up to a D8 instead of a D6, which is exciting because those are my flourish dice. I also get font of inspiration, so now I can renew my bardic inspirations with a short rest as opposed to a long rest, which can be very useful.
Yes, definitely.
And I have one new spell, which is I took from the curriculum of Strixhaven, the Strixhaven chaos stuff. It's called Silvery Barbs, and it's a reaction spell, which is interesting because I don't want Merime to give up too many pokings and stabbings. And basically with Silvery Barbs, it's a 1st level spell, and you can tell as a reaction to an enemy doing a saving throw, succeeding on a saving throw or an attack or a skill check, you can basically tell them, no, I don't think so. And then they have to re-roll, take the lowest roll, hopefully fail them, and then you give advantage to one of your allies. So, and it's fun because it's a reaction not to something happening to you necessarily, but anywhere on the battlefield. So that should be a lot of fun.
That will definitely be cool. And that's actually how it works. You're just like, I'm sorry, no, that's not, you can't do that now. Like that's and it was like, oh, I'm sorry for even thinking I could. You're like, well, that's okay, but I just needed to.
Yeah, just you were wrong, so don't do it again.
You think you hit them, but you'd be incorrect. Yeah.
Just try that again.
It's going to be good stuff. I am excited to see how that works with Merime in combat. Last but certainly not least, Tanton, you can now what is it? Can you give Spanner like wings, like make him into a submarine? Like what cool stuff do you get now at level 5 that you didn't?
Well, I could do that before, but a dog with wings just seems dumb.
Yeah.
Describing the silvery barbs thing, it's like, I just see the Reverend Mother saying, if you take your hand out of the box, you're gonna die. It's exactly what I see. It's like, okay, I'm holding the silvery barb at your throat. Don't screw around, or you're gonna die.
Useful, I tell you.
I know. Yeah, it's great stuff. Very much like Alarian, Tanton really didn't get a whole lot. I mean, we all of our proficiency bonuses went up to 3 because that happens at level 5 for everybody. And Tanton got an extra attack, so now he can attack twice on a round.
That's very cool.
And I was going to point out a very, very, very important piece of information in Rob's spell, but he's not at the chair, so
Well, now that doesn't exist anymore, so we will lose out on the.
Somebody clip that, okay? Because when Rob casts Tidal Wave and Arv says, "Well, okay, it affects everybody.
It doesn't
in
affect
the thing.
everybody.
Right, but you just said it doesn't exist anymore.
That
so
means he doesn't get to
clip
spell
that.
at all. Oh, no. Damn it. And Rock's like, what were you arguing about? Anyway, so very cool stuff. Now we know what these folks have done. Let's talk about what they did very quickly in our last session, and then move into what we're going to be doing today for Justice for Salvation. Let's fire up some peaceful music here and talk a little bit about... Yeah, exactly. No, we had enough of that last time. What we had last time, folks, was a big old combat for Salvation. In our finale of Season 1, there was a lot going down in Salvation. The place had been taken over, or at least they were attempting to take it over, with a number of assassins led by Saul Dreadstroke, who had sent his cadre of assassins into the town to find the Oracle of War. It was not clear... Oh, there we go. For a minute, I was like, it's not clear why I can't hear music. It was not clear, at least initially, as to what exactly, how they knew that the Oracle of War was here. But somehow they had managed to come to the town. They had managed to surround it as well with some creatures known as death dogs. And wasn't clear about how they got there either. And then they were going through basically pulling people out of homes and bringing a bunch to Dreadstroke, who then threatened to kill them one every 10 minutes because he was a piece of crap, and also because he wanted to get the party to do things and to give up the Oracle of War. The party did not do this. Instead, the party ended up defeating a number of assassins, this ogre that was trying to bash down an inn. Rather than what I thought they might do, which is to sort of go from place to place, they just decided to basically bring all the assassins to them and just battle them one after the other and then overlap with some of them. So they ended up fighting a helmed horror. They ended up fighting a bloody gnoll. They ended up fighting an iron cobra. And all of that was happening while Tintin was down in the house battling to survive this orc with double claws, basically something out of Return of the Dragon, Bruce Lee style, and was battling against it, aided by Spanner, the goodest of goodest boys, and also eventually aided by Hilar, who came back and basically battled it out with Tantin and Hilar trying to drive the orc away. They did successfully do that. The party was able to, the 4 members to the north were able to defeat those assassins and then dealt with Dreadstroke themselves. It was a tough fight. Ilarion, I believe, went down. There were multiple characters that were very badly hurt, and it was not without cost, this fight, because Sheriff, the Justicar, basically, of the town, was brought low. Sheriff is now destroyed. They don't yet know who else is dead, but they do know that Dervo, one of the Grey Dogs, which Tantin was most displeased with, had at least attempted to redeem himself by dying in battle to try to save the people of the town. Nella and Sprocket, the 2 remaining members of the Grey Dogs, fought as hard as they could. They were also somewhat hurt, but managed to make it through. Sprocket was about to basically go off and fight as well, which was not what Tantin meant, but anyway. But it ended up that didn't turn out to not be necessary. And at the very end of the session, it's important to note that at the very end of this session, the Oracle of War, which had been saying this thing, and I know you all know what this is like, chat, for those of you who have been watching this, but if not,
Why?
it would be great if you could just say this with me one last time. Third protocol.
No way they
activated.
go. Oh.
But the Oracle, right at the very end of things, the Oracle had actually changed. It emitted a puff of blue steam and proclaimed, "Third protocol resolved, resuming normal function." And so in our session today, as we get things started, the party has to decide what to do with the Oracle of War. There have been rumors that they might be able to gather information about it down in Sharn, the City of Towers. And of course, they have to go around and kind of mop up a little bit and find out what has happened in Salvation. And so I'm going to hand things back over to the party and ask them. This is, I would say, maybe just... maybe an hour after the events of, what went down with all of the assassins and so forth. What would you like to do?
First, I'm going to correct your narrative, which actually was very well done, Arv. There was one little bit that I think you neglected to say when you said that, you thought the party was going to move around and tackle these guys one-on-one. Don't forget, you had the ogre shout, "They're over here," when we were fighting him. So they all came to us.
I don't deny it, but I did not have him do that. If someone were to say silence said ogre so that he could not yell out,
I don't think anyone has a silence spell in the group.
Listen, man, just because I'm better than most of the AI you'll fight in a computer doesn't mean I'm just a messenger. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You know, Arv continuously forgets what level we actually are and pits us against things that are like twice our level. So
well, it worked because taking them out one at a time was a key element of our tactics that really was, prevented a TPK. Let's put it that way.
Indeed. So, what would the party like to do?
We're still at the like out by the dead body guy. We're still out at the train station, the platform, right?
Yes, that's right. I mean, it's been an hour, so it's you don't have to be there if you don't want to, but you could very well be if you like.
Actually, I think we were going to start there because I think Kenton had some things to do, and Alarian definitely had some things to do too, like pick up the former Javelin of Lightning, and they're going to examine that more closely at another time.
Okay.
But also, the other question is that I think we wanted to check and see, is Sheriff actually terminated, or can they be repaired?
So I'll have you make I'll have you make this check first, but if someone else like Tanton also wants to take a look or whatever, you could do this.
They're actually going to direct Tanton to do that.
Oh, okay. So Tanton, it's up to you. If you're going to do this, then you could probably make an Arcana check. Although I'm going to tell you right now, you'll appreciate this as a former medic. This is one of those deals where like you know what a patient that's not going to make it looks like. Like basically, it's one of those things where like this does not look good. But you can make an Arcana check to see if there is anything that's possible to do.
Yep. Well, I mean, Tanton was planning on looking her over anyway. So.
Yeah.
Actually, did you say it was an Arcana check, Arv?
Correct. Yes.
In that case, then I would like to make one. I've changed my mind.
All right, you can make one as well. Tanton pushes you out of the way. No, I will.
The king comes out of the water.
He goes to say no. He says yes instead. That's the best part.
That's going to be my new.
Oh, it's so good.
When the executive decision comes down from on high, I'm just going to say, the king comes out of the water.
That's
and
right.
no one in the chat will know what that means, but we'll know what
You'll
it means.
know what it means.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rising like the Lady of the Lake.
Armed the
laminated.
curse of shivering Semite.
Signifying by divine prod. Let's stop, or we're never going to stop.
We have before we put on the entire radio.
So go ahead. So both of you make Arcana checks for me, please.
Yeah. All right, and I have advantage because I have advantage.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, it was pivoting on that 20.
It was. Okay.
And I guess mine.
I'll take the 17 though.
You get advantage on Arcana checks?
I don't. No.
Brett, I'm asking.
His is just much better than mine is.
Well, it follows exactly the narrative that Arv was just talking about. Tanton just like, nope.
But did you? But no. In all seriousness, though, Larry, you don't get advantage on Arcana checks, do you, or do you?
I do because
you
of
do.
my nature.
Oh,
Yep.
because of
It
my
is.
nature.
It's true though.
It's in my nature.
Great. Now we'll never hear the end of it.
Right. Seriously.
Arcane insight, advantage on all Arcana checks. Yeah.
Okay.
Naturally, the hub's a magic thing. Yep.
Okay. So what I will say about that is that what you can tell, Alarian, is that it does not look likely that Sheriff is going to be able to be restored. And what you can tell, Tanton, is something frankly more disturbing, because not only has Sheriff been clearly, killed, you can tell that it has also been deactivated. From what you can tell, it appears as if something has pierced the center, basically, of Sheriff, arriving basically at the sort of magical core that tends to be at the center of a lot of Warforged. It's not exactly where the heart is. It's placed differently depending on who creates it. But the reason I mention this is this could not have been done accidentally unless something was hit by like massive amounts of shrapnel or something. This was targeted, so something went out of its way, not just to shut it down, but to utterly eliminate it. And that means knowledge of the inner workings of Warforged, and that's problematic. Anyway, that's what you can tell from it. It does not look likely that you could restore it. No.
Did you guys tell Tanton about the other things you fought?
If you were interested, I would have given you the rundown. Plus, since I now know Revivify, I'm like, how long you've been dead. Wait, I don't have the spell slots.
So not so much. And also,
I don't have any 3rd level spells left.
It's been an hour, by the way, so it's up to whether you, but I imagine you could have had the time to tell, but it's up to you guys, whether you did, you folks.
I probably would have been doing Spare the Dying all over the city for anybody who is still like right there on death's door rather than trying to rest.
I think,
go ahead.
I think Mirimi would have headed towards the Oracle of War just because of when she woke up after making sure that her sister was okay. And
okay.
Once Sheriff is confirmed no longer with us, I believe Yana's only thing she would have thought right to do is go check on Zodor.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Yana's going to go down to Zodor. And then Marame is going to go down to the Oracle. Nisiana is still sparing the dying, etc. And Tantin and Alarian were checking after basically Sheriff. What Tantin, after you got that information, how much of it do you share with people, and do you do anything else after you've sort of, determined that the Sheriff has shuffled off this mortal coil and has ceased to be?
He's not really much for sugarcoating things, so he would pretty quickly tell them, no, there's nothing that can be done. But if they do tell him about the other things that they fought, as soon as he hears about the Helmed Horror and the Iron Cobra, he basically looks at Sheriff's body and is like, leave her there. I have something I need to get. Excuse me. And he runs off to go and find these things.
Okay.
And he gets wherever he's going, finds the Iron Cobra. He casts Tensor's floating disc underneath it, brings it back.
Okay.
And then goes and gets the Helmed Horror, brings it back, and he starts scavenging.
Ah, okay. So I imagine that probably, I don't know, 15, maybe a half hour after this begins, there's just in front of the train track, like in addition to, you've got Nisiana tending the sparing the dying and stuff like that, people near the train track and throughout the town, and there's Tantin with just this ever-growing pile of parts, like just, like piling up.
It takes him 11 minutes to cast it, so it's probably closer to 30.
Yeah, 30 minutes. I believe that's what it is. So,
yeah.
so 30 works out. So just this pile of parts as you're scavenging. And incidentally, what parts are you attempting to scavenge? Like, what sort of things are you looking for?
If there are any traces of enchantment glyphs on the Helmed Horror, the magic that was used to animate it, he's going to copy those down so that he can study them later.
Okay.
Presuming he doesn't already know what they are,
mm-hmm.
Because he definitely knows how much it costs to make one of these things, and so it's like
very expensive.
Ooh. And so he's gonna, for the Helmed Horror. I mean, the armor itself, once the enchantment is gone, is basically just armor, but could be useful for patching up things later. So it's really just kind of that. Mostly for that, it's seeing if there's any traces of the enchantment left, as far as its writing. For that, for the Iron Cobra, it's got much more intricate internal workings because of its ability to poison people and whatnot, and the very serpentine nature of its movement allows for a very different overlap of the iron plates and whatnot.
Right, the articulated joints within it too, and all that.
And studying that, and then this part is probably not going to go over well with some people. But he wanted to fix Sheriff from a long time back. From the moment he first met her, he wanted to fix whatever was wrong with her. And so he is going to start basically performing an autopsy and possibly some scavenging, because she's not going to need it anymore. To see.
You don't have to worry about Yana being offended by that.
Yeah, he really isn't. He's not really that worried about. I'm worried about, the other characters being offended. Tantin doesn't really care that much. But yeah, he's basically...
Yana doesn't care either. Have at.
Any of the three, he's taking what parts he can. And
use all the parts. Yes.
Yeah.
So one last note for Tantin as Tantin is doing this, which is just... because you mentioned knowing the cost, and of course you do know the cost of putting together something like that Helmed Horror. One of the things that you note, Tantin, is that all of the parts... all of the creatures that have any mechanical aspects to them, from the Cobra to the Helmed Horror and all that, These are indeed quite expensive and look to be A, expensive, B, of relatively new construction. That's particularly troubling because the Iron Cobras in particular, you certainly have heard of examples of mechanical creatures being put together before. Someone may have a mechanical dog that this works with. So you've heard this before, but there was a general agreement on the part of most of the nations which fought in the last war to avoid what would be seen as kind of weapons of not mass destruction, but weapons that basically go beyond the bounds of normal war. And that means creatures that are capable of engaging in poison and doing so silently, and which have no particular military benefit other than to inflict greater pain and cruelty. This is of new construction, meaning this postdates the last war. And that means this is relatively recent and, well, what the hell? Who's making that stuff now?
Somebody's breaking the Geneva Convention.
You got
or
it.
the Ares Convention, or whichever convention we're using.
You got it. And these people definitely didn't seem that
Sharn
invested
Convention.
in protecting the Sharn Convention anyway. So, yeah. Okay. So, as you're doing that, I want to jump to Nisiana and then come to Alarian, and then we'll go to Merime and then Yana. Nisiana, one thing I want to note for you is, as you are doing this Spare the Dying stuff throughout the town, I would like you please to make a medicine check for me. This is for information, not for your ability to do it. Like, Nisiana is incapable of healing. No, you're very capable of sparing the dying. Yeah.
I was like, oh, so I get this at advantage. No, okay.
Yeah, no, this is for determining information.
Okay. I will also admit I am also kind of keeping an eye out for what's her face, Aurelian, to see if she's around. There's my medical.
Okay.
There's my medical. 19.
So, two things to note. First of all, you have not, and you go over a good bit of the town, actually, you have not seen a ruling Karnak, and when you ask a couple of people about it, they mentioned that they have not seen a ruling Karnak since well before the attack happened. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. A Rulin, you may remember, often lives outside of town, is sometimes in town, sometimes outside of it, but very convenient that, a Rulin is just not there.
Well, she was in the market.
Right. Can come to the market and does that quite a bit, but is not like always in Salvation. But still, it seems a little odd. As far as the medicine check is concerned, though, very similar to what I just talked about regarding Tanton. From the biological medical point of view, a lot of the people here who were killed, and you are able to spare the dying with some of them, but not all of them. The ones that were killed were not always killed surgically. Without getting too much into detail that no one in chat wants either, they were often killed with an intention to brutalize, as if what they were attempting to do in this town was to break the will of these people and to bring forth the oracle at whatever cost. So just as Tanton is coming to the conclusion, these people did not adhere to, essentially, I'm joking about the Sharn Convention, but that idea, the same thing applies here. You know that the major nations in the last war, after the mourning happened, they all made basic agreements to try to maintain certain kind of approaches to war. Now, there have been rumors, about certain violations, and every so often a country's like, this country did this, and that sort of thing. But it's always very, uncertain, and it's rumor-based, but you can see in front of you for real that these people, the ones that you can't save, were brutalized and clearly on purpose. This was to send a message to someone.
Do I think it would be, say, the people of Salvation, or do I think it's to the people like my group?
It's an excellent question and is impossible to tell, but you know that this definitely was not surgical strikes. It was designed to eliminate them, but it was designed to eliminate them savagely.
Okay.
So, Alarian, while we're dealing with this, what are you doing after you determine this thing that we talked about with Sheriff?
First, I want to give the javelin to Tanton.
Okay.
And hold on a second. All right.
The javelin, by the way, is dull and inert, including when you give it to Tanton, just so you know.
if you can figure out a way to activate this, I would be most grateful.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll take a look at it.
Thank you. Then they go to find Hilar.
Okay. Hilar has been more or less spent a little bit of time with Nisiana, sort of attending to the people of the town. Hilar, of course, is pretty badly beaten up himself. And a couple times, Nisiana, you're like, let me heal you. And Hilar's like, Hilar literally tells you no and says, heal these people first. But is like covered in blood and you did some
healing. I do have one healing vial left.
Okay.
I do have one.
He makes very clear, like on no uncertain terms, that he is not to be dealt with until the people are dealt with. You could try to ignore him and be like, no, I will heal you anyway. But he like does not want to.
Well, I don't have any healing spells left. I mean, I am out.
Yeah.
I have Spare the Dying and I have one vial.
Yeah. So he's with you trying to help as best he can, but he's definitely bloodied and so forth. But when you catch up with him,
we desperately
Alarian,
need a long rest.
He is, yeah.
Really badly.
When you catch up with him, Alarian, you can see that he's, and he kind of turns around to face you. Nisiana, you head off to kind of do more stuff on your own, but Hilar sort of turns back and says, well, that was a hell of a thing, but you all did what you needed to. I'm proud of you. But you can tell that he's like, I'm proud of you, and clearly, without even making an insight check, something is very seriously weighing on his mind, and clearly he looks worried, in addition to being tired, bloodied, and all the other stuff, Larry.
I think we should talk in private.
And
come with me.
So he nods wearily and he follows you.
And we go to the church. And we go to the church.
Okay. When you get there, there are some people in the pews. You do not see Mother Johanna there right now, but Mother Johanna may well be out also trying to tend to the flock. I mean, Mother Johanna is not the healer that Nisiana is, but has some, limited skill in healing and is trying to do some of that clearly out with the people. So the church is basically empty except for some people that are kind of there engaged in prayer, and there are a decent
bracing the wall.
Yeah, right. Yes, and right, and looking at the once proud and now completely destroyed north wall that for some reason is not there at the moment.
Mysteriously, yes.
But anyway,
Alarian will float to the head of the church so he can get their attention.
Okay.
I'm sorry, they can get their attention. And once they have it, the threat to salvation has been neutralized. There are townsfolk, however, that could probably use your help. It is my advice that you go to them now and see how you can assist your fellow people.
And so there's a moment's pause. I'd like you to make a persuasion check for me, Alarian, but this is not likely to be a difficult one. First of all, you can do it at advantage. And secondly, it's not difficult anyway.
Okay. And hey, I did just raise my charisma recently. I mean, no shit. I actually did raise my charisma recently.
Okay, good. I was about to say double 15. Ones, and I'm like, if it is double ones, I'll never be forgiven. That's damn it.
Well,
no, that's more
I came up with
enough.
my armor and my sword out. Sorry,
yeah, exactly.
Sorry, everybody. Sorry.
I apologize.
Sorry.
That's more than enough. Yeah, the people sort of kind of nod wearily, and they get up and wander out. A couple of older people wander out. One older woman who you don't know the name of but sort of recognize from around town, Alarian, comes up to you and says, I'm grateful that you helped us. We'll do what we can. But this town ain't never going to be safe again. Not unless you're all here to protect us. We're grateful, but there's no real salvation anymore. Just kind of shakes her head.
And Alarian puts their hand gently on her shoulder. As long as there is a single person in salvation willing to fight for it, this town shall survive. You will survive.
And she kind of nods and seems like maybe unconvinced, but takes in what you say and turns and shuffles out, so that it is now just you and Hilar. And Hilar kind of sits down in the pew. He says, All right, Ilarion. What's on your mind?
Many things, but let's take them one at a time. First and foremost, the device that man had. It appeared to have a homing beacon in it that drew them to the Oracle. This is of great concern. If there are other devices like that, transporting the Oracle will be very hazardous.
Now, this is the first he's heard of this because you found this, I believe, on the Dreadstroke. So, his eyes widen a little bit and he says, "A homing device. You have this thing on you?" And you do, Ilarion. I mean, you took it, so you could.
Yep, I handed over.
And he looks at it, and indeed, it is this thing which is sort of beeping and blinking. And he says, "I've never seen anything like this." He says, "All of these people, Ilarion, they ain't doing this on their own. They're too well funded, and they've got too much of this stuff happening. And if they sent this crew to a sleepy village, maybe they knew about you, maybe they didn't. But even then, they sent a force big enough to stop most people. Even most small military groups would have been overwhelmed." And he holds up the blinking, sort of beeping thing, and he says, "And you're right. This ain't going to be the last one of these that they send. But we can't leave this thing here. You keep the Oracle in salvation, they're going to keep coming for it. And even you and the King's Citadel can't stop them forever. We barely stopped them now."
Your assessment is correct. It does need to go somewhere where it can be better guarded and studied. However, there is unfinished business we need to take care of in this town before we leave.
And he nods and he says, "All right, what are you thinking about?"
Arulian Karnak must be dealt with.
"Why? What happened to Arulin?" Or with Arulin, he says.
Arulin Karnak sicked some of her goons, for lack of a better term, on us in the marketplace just before Deathstroke and his people attacked the town. However, Lara Brazil, I don't think you're looking at the bigger picture. With Sheriff gone, the old woman was correct. Salvation is undefended. Arulian Karnak will not hesitate to bring it all under her thumb. This I will not allow to happen. Before we leave, she must be dealt with.
And so Hilar kind of nods slowly and says, "Well, there's two ways that I can see to think of that. Two ways that I can think of. There's two ways that I can use English. One's the right way, one's the wrong way. There's two ways. God damn it, no. He says, there's two ways I can think of to maybe see about dealing with that. The first is we see whoever there is that can at least try to replace justice in this town, and thanks to your work, you got one of them, that Whist person that you put there. Now, I don't know how much Whist, even as a deputy, was going to measure up to sheriff in the eyes of these folk. They paid attention to them. But you're right, that's perhaps not going to be enough to hand someone like Arulin. Arulin was always a power broker, basically. And that's the second possibility. She ain't the only one here who has designs on the town. No, I'm not a fan of this person, or at least I never used to be. But I will admit that from what I heard from all of you, it is possible that there are several other people, in particular the shifter, Zodor Tarev, who at least has enough theoretical pull in this town to be able to counterbalance someone else. Problem there, Ilarion, is it's setting us up for, if it goes badly, open warfare on the streets. If Salvation becomes the home of a gang fight, then it's going to be destroyed just as surely as if you had let that Cobra and the rest of them slide through the city and kill the people one by one. The only way that works is if you can convince one of them, either Arulin or Zodor, that they are better served by keeping the town safe and peaceful than by not. Your only other option is to have all of you stay here to keep the peace, and if you do that, what happens to the Oracle? He falls silent.
Speaking of the Oracle, I had neglected to mention this before. Before they attacked us, her men made a demand for it. They did not mention it by name, but it was very clear what they were referring to. So she is also aware of its presence. Indeed, she may be marshaling her people to come for it right now. But there is a third option you have not quite made clear, Hilar Brazil, and that is to gain the alliance of one side, and with them and our party, remove the other side from the town permanently.
And he nods and he says, "That's ambitious, and I like the theory, but you ain't going to be able to do that in a couple of days, Ilarion, and you don't have time to wait here. If you're going to take Arulin Karnak out, she's too well established at this point, and she's got her fingers in too many pies around here. You might be able to take her out given time, but most of the people don't trust Zodor, even if the rest of you do, or at least think that Zodor's neutral. Most of them don't trust Zodor, and the other ones are afraid of Arulin. So, if you could find her, or if you could try to, strike at her somehow, you might be able to take her out. But as long as you don't know exactly where she is, getting her wormed out of the body that she's infested is going to be not easy to do, at least in the short term. I think it makes sense in the long term, but we got some short-term problems that may overwhelm the long-term idea.
It is my thought that she will come to us. The temptation of the Oracle will be too strong to resist. She already knows about it, and she already wants it. Therefore, ideally, all we have to do is let word spread among the township that the Oracle will be leaving. And she will come out to try and take it. And that is where we will stop her.
There's one problem, though, Ilarion. Arulin, from everything I know, never moves unless she's assured that she's going to get what she wants. She doesn't make mistakes when it comes to these things. And what she knows right now is that a bunch of assassins came and tried to kill half the town or more to get at it. That means the minute she gets it, she's a target too, even if she were able to get it. And, not to put too fine a point on it, all of you just managed somehow to hold on to that damn thing and take out those same 5 assassins. Not to mention Huro people too. If I'm Arulin, I don't stir from hiding until all of you are well and gone, and I make sure that I don't make any move until I know what's happening. So I'm not sure that you're going to get her to come out for you. I have a feeling she's likely to bide her time, and time is what we don't got.
If she wants the Oracle, she will have to move, or it will slip through her fingers. Also, she's already made a couple of mistakes. First, she tried to install the cult underneath the Shroud Network, which failed, thanks to us. Secondly, she's left the party alive so far, which, if I were in her shoes, I would have taken pains to remove, but I'm not.
But didn't she just try to do that before and you defeated her?
She underestimated us. It was not a strike at all of us. She apparently saw an opportunity when we were split up. An opportunity that she paid for with her men's lives. I'm not sure if she cares about that, but either way, I hope the lesson was painful, and perhaps she did know it, but I doubt she did. The point is, as we've seen, the Oracle is an immense prize. And yes, it's true, it comes with some risk, but Aurelian Karnak seems to be the type of person who thinks she can mediate, or eliminate, or mitigate any risk that comes her way. I believe the Oracle is too much of a lure for her not to try for it before we go.
Well, you might be right. It's well known that the lightning rail is going to be arriving here from Sharn in about a day and a half. I suppose if you put stuff out, we'll see whether or not that brings her in. But you're going to have to do it by then. The next one after that isn't going to arrive for a week, and that's too long. By the time it gets back here, they could have a whole other, whoever's responsible for this could have a whole other group of people trying to get the Oracle.
From the Lord of Blades to the cult to whom else might be alerted that the Oracle has been found. I agree.
And Halar, by the way, rubs the back of his neck and is kind of like, you can see, like, is kind of going through, like, well, this person, that party, that party. Like, you can tell they're just like, well, crap, you know.
Oh, yeah. It's a big shit sandwich, and we all got to take a bite.
Yep.
So,
Yay.
I will talk with my people, and we will fashion a plan. Just to let you know, it is possible that we may be able to set up a trap for, if not her, at least some more other people, by letting slip where a location of the Oracle might be, and then wait to see who comes to knock on the door. Out of respect for you, we'll try to not make that your house again. I believe it's been through enough recently.
And he sort of smiles wearily and he says, yes, I have noticed that building structural integrity does seem to be a concern. And he kind of looks up to the left where, like, you can see, like, the market stalls through the, like, through the area over there left. And
I am sure that happened during the battle.
Oh, what happened?
We lost Rob. I assume Rob will be back in a
we
moment.
lost.
Oh,
And there we go. I will just move things around and I'll fix that little problem. Yeah, so okay. Oh, okay, I hear you, rude now. You're just about to take a bite of your sandwich. Oh man. Okay.
I have no idea what happened, but apparently I'm back now. Sorry about that.
That's fine. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So go ahead, Larian. So you said that, and
Which was true. I just didn't say which battle it was. So
right.
It's all good.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Finish up. We should probably get back, but I will be in touch when we have ascertained exactly how we're to handle the situation.
He nods and he says, Alarian, there's one last thing. When we do get on that train to head down to Sharn, I'll talk more about this with everybody, but I want you to be aware of this too. There's forces back in Sharn, and Sharn itself is its own den of snakes in some ways. There's a lot that's good about that city, but in some ways just as much that's problematic about it. And if you think that there's some intrigue here in Salvation, imagine that multiplied tenfold and you've got a sense of what it's like in Sharn. When you get back, almost certainly people are going to know what you've done. They're going to be fans of the King's Citadel, or at least, even if they don't know about the King's Citadel, the people like you who've been involved in it. And there might be some people, both ones from Brayland and perhaps those who aren't, who are going to want to know more. It's going to be up to you and the rest of them to make sure that when people come knocking, you know whose door to open and when to close it on their face. I'll try to help when I can, but I won't always be around. You're going to have to maneuver carefully. This Oracle thing isn't just dangerous from other nations. It's dangerous from people who think Brayland ought to go a different route than maybe you or I do.
Hello, Brazil. I want you to be very clear about the circumstances we find ourselves in. It is with very great misgivings that I am agreeing to take this device to Sharn. For all the reasons you have mentioned, would that, if I could take it with me and somehow return to the stars from whence I came, I would do so in a heartbeat so that it would not trouble this continent anymore. But it seems that is an impossibility. Therefore, we will do what we must do, and speak with who we must speak with, and slam whatever doors we need to slam.
And he smiles and he says, "That's good, assuming there's any doors left to slam by the time you all are done with them." And he kind of grins. And he gets up and he says, all right, we got some more townspeople to help. Let's go do our jobs.
Agreed.
So
Okay.
you two leave the church. And in the meantime, we cut down to Merime, who is on her way down to Hilar's house, where the Oracle of War is to be found. Walking in, she sees an empty room. No, I'm kidding. The Oracle is still there. But you notice that it is not Merime anymore making the third protocol thing. It's not speaking anymore. It's just there as it was before when it was allegedly working properly. So it is just there on the table towards the back of the room. Also, the house looks like it's been through it. It is a mess. There's a bunch of like wrecked stuff all over the place, and you're not responsible for this one, Merime. So just to say,
Yes, I cast Shatter
to get rid of what's left, just for consistency's sake.
clean it up.
You Legend of Zelda those jars. Yeah, no, I hear you. Anyway,
Well begun is half done.
Tanton can't finish anything lately. So does the Oracle of War have any of that purple mist on it, or is it just like
not now, no.
Okay. So Merime is just thinking about what she's seen when she was waking up from her little nap on the battlefield.
Yes.
So I want to have a closer look at the Oracle of War. Just like, did anything change? Can I spot anything different? Can I poke it?
Yeah, let me have you make an investigation check for me, please.
Poke.
Of course you can poke.
Okay, how
Fourth
investigate?
protocol activate. No, God, son of a...
Damn it. So
Dude, you just gave me PTSD. Stop.
I'll just come up with a whole new voice. Like, it'll be
I
great.
did not touch it. So that's 12 with my jack of all trades.
It was like that when I got
He
here.
was, I swear. So, no, the Oracle, in fact, looks very much the way that it did before. In case people are like, what does it look like? It looks like this, which you see on stream. It looks very much the same that it did before. There is no, and most notably, Merime, there's no humming coming from it. There's no, sound or anything that seems unusual. It is just silent and stationary the way it was before. Because I believe I had mentioned the fact that there was some strange kind of almost vibration coming from it when it was malfunctioning. It is not doing that now. For whatever reason, highlight and passion. It is not doing that now. So it just looks more or less like itself.
Okay. And now I'm just like, Merime is just taking a moment here, and she saw the Oracle. It was bigger on the horizon, and it had all this purple mist around it.
Yes.
And there was like this weird glowing light as well.
Yes, there was this weird glowing light, and also, you also may remember that the Oracle had said, give me just one second to track down so I can get the specific wording. Okay, hang on, because I need to...
Yeah, it's good. I didn't actually write down what it said, so.
Okay, right. So what it had said before... This is when you were still in the cabin. So this is, back in the gray. What it said before was, when dark lanterns flicker in the light of the silver torch, the king in green rides north on a bolt of steel. Two nations prepare for war as all eyes turn to sky blue. And this was a verse, you may remember, that you believe, according to what you had remembered, came from the Draconic Prophecy, which, for those of you not familiar with Eberron in chat, the Draconic Prophecy is a big deal. It governs much of what supposedly governs the fate of not just Corvair, but the entire world of Eberron. And it is said that this Draconic Prophecy, brought by the the progenitor dragons, basically predicts everything that's going to happen. And so there is an entire, field of study designed to determining what the interpretations of what the Draconic Prophecy might mean. So it said all that and then started doing the third protocol activated stuff. So you do remember that it said that stuff. Now in your dream, you didn't get any of that stuff, but that was stuff which in real life you actually heard it say when it started malfunctioning.
Real life.
What? Real life. 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 Real Yes, real life.
Okay. Now, I'm not quite sure how to interpret any of that.
Okay. Indeed.
Like
I agree.
right at this moment. So, but I do know one thing is that the Oracle of War is very, very important. So I am going to take out my my rapier and just kind of lean back against the table and keep an eye on the door, the very crashed in door, and just make sure that nobody takes it or gets close to it while I wait for my friends to come back.
Okay. All right. So you will wait there. And as you wait there, we're going to talk to Yana. Yana, as you are making your way down to meet up with Zodor, you as you get close to, or I should say closer, to the southern part of town, you notice something odd. And that is that there is what looks like a plume of smoke, which is coming from suspended up in the air. Now, there are not many things in the town of Salvation that are particularly high. And one of them, as you know, is the home of Zordor Tarev. And as you get closer, you can see that indeed it looks as if something, the top of this thing, has been almost sheared off. Something attacked it. Now, as you sort of note that, and you are kind of walking a little bit closer, you can see some people who are arrayed around the base of it. And one of them in particular is one of the guards that you often deal with, who's kind of like, all right, let me go ask him, that type of guy, who's sitting there kind of looking up at it. And as you come close, both he and several of the other ones around the base of it turn. And Yana, you don't even need to make an insight check to see that they seem exceedingly tense, like very much just on edge. And so they kind of turn, and then they see you, and then they kind of relax a little bit. And the guard says, what do you want, Yana? What are you doing here? We don't know.
Where is he?
We don't know. He's not up there, though. He's not. We went up and checked.
You're sure he's not up?
Positive he's not up there. Something impacted it. He must have gotten out beforehand or something.
When was the last time you saw him when the battle started?
It was right at the beginning of it. Then the next thing we know, something whistles in. This top of it goes smashed up. I went up the ladder to see, but his body ain't in there. And that means the only place he could be, if he ain't been taken, is going to be up in... It's a place he told us never to bring anybody, but at this point, I'll take you if you want to go. But it's...
Where?
He says, Old Mo. Now, you may remember that Old Mo is the head of the Colossus, under which, where you got ambushed and under which you found the whole... That's where Old Mo is. And he says, Old Mo, at least right outside of it, right nearby. It was one of those basically safe houses. We weren't to use it unless absolutely required. And I was about to go there myself, but I didn't know what to do about this up here. And you can see that, this place up here is, not appearing in this picture. It's pretty
She looks right at it and she just goes, anything in it worth saving?
And he says, maybe some of his papers, but I don't know without asking him.
Then let it burn. It's more important to find him than save that.
One second.
No, how dare you? Okay. You're not allowed.
Give
me answers, damn it.
He's like, tell me now. Don't wait for the translation.
Don't wait for the translation. Tell me now. Every time.
I just love that so much. Okay, so he says, he nods and he says, all right. And he says to one of the others, he's like, all right, you wait here. The two of you, you get up to the market, you see what's up there. And as for the rest of you, he said, go find out what they've been doing outside in the town. And one of them says, well, you heard what was going on with those damn devil dogs. And he says, I know what happened with them. You go find out if there's anything left of them. And in the meantime, I'm going to bring... And he stops and he looks at you. And they all kind of look at you like... What do you mean?
We killed them.
But what about those dogs? The ones around the town. We saw them from here.
Then she realizes her error. The dogs are still outside the town.
No, I told you that they left. I saw it
you
happen.
did. They left. But what you didn't know, Yana, until now,
Mm-hmm.
was that means they were in the south too. That means they literally surrounded the town.
All right, so let me back up because I thought she was talking about the guys who were in the town. Thought he was talking about
the demon dogs,
actual-
the devil dogs that were outside.
What the hell? Did the other group have a name, or am I just making that up? Because
No, they didn't have a name. You only knew Saul Dreadstroke was
okay, because
the
I was
leader of that
combining
group.
devil dogs
No,
with that party.
The dogs
that was
were
what was
those
happening
two-headed
there.
dogs that
Were
followed
the
you.
were
when
the
you-
actual devil
Yeah,
dogs?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Back up. Reverse. Try again. There were devil dogs here in the south too.
All around the whole goddamn town. I've never seen anything like it.
They followed us when we came back in. Before I talked to Zodor earlier,
You mean
we
out
didn't
of
know
the-
why they didn't attack us.
You mean out of the gray?
Yes.
And you could tell that, like, a bunch of the men are like muttering angrily, and like a bunch of them are just like, this is damn fool. And he says, "Y'all shut your mouth," and they all kind of like settle down. And he's just like, "You've been in this situation before. You know what it's like being this close to it. And are you surprised?" And they all kind of like chastened, like, and he turns back to you and he's like, "Hold on a second, my daughter's calling me." Yes. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Let me just
Good
just
family
sit here and
man.
lick my paws. Every group we encounter now is officially called devil dogs from now on, just so that I don't get confused anymore.
Well, it
They're
didn't
all
help.
devil dogs.
My
It
do-
didn't
my-
help that we were out
Abused
there
a
to
lot.
rescue the gray dogs. So
Yeah, it's-
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of
a
dog
lot of
groups
dogs.
in this
It's true, there's a lot
thing.
of dogs.
But they were also the
Gray
dogs that
dogs,
My-
demon dogs, downward dogs. You know, the whole group.
The whole
The whole hat trick.
My daughter is bringing up dinner. I should very quickly note for the record that sadly my daughter's undefeated basketball team went down to defeat today to the other
Oh.
undefeated basketball team in the league, which
Ooh.
was super good. It was
In
super
a Clash
good.
of Titans, there can only
Yeah,
be one
Clash
winner.
of Titans, they lost. I mean, they were super, super good. The team was just too good for them. But
you can't make a comeback if you're not the underdog.
that's true. They did very well, and they have one more game next week. But even if they lose, they go 4-2, and if they win, they'll be 5-1, which is a pretty damn good season. So still extremely proud of her, and learning to deal with a loss like this, since it was just all winning, was just as much. So anyway, so she's a sweet kid, and she literally came to ask if I had food and if I wanted a plate of food. So I was like, yes.
Aw.
Plate of food is good.
That is
And then
my-
now
like to
start
play the
teaching her
food.
Arv to throw a chair into the court. Jerry Tarkanian.
Yeah,
style.
exactly. That would have been the key. And start
There you
chewing
go.
on towels and all that.
Yep,
stuff.
exactly.
Anyway, so sorry. Russ.
Yes, this is
So-
your point to play to role play a chaotic evil parent at a sporting event.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Maybe not.
No, it was great. I've really enjoyed watching
Really
everything.
cool though.
So anyway, so you heard all of what I just said, basically, Yana, and
Yes.
that they were indeed surrounding apparently the entire town.
So you saw them leave?
Yeah, they just melted away. It wasn't that long ago, actually, maybe just around an hour. I haven't heard any fighting either. That means I assume that you stopped whatever it was in here.
There were definitely some evil people here that wanted something we had. They didn't get it, and they were dealt with.
Again, a slight murmuring, this time slightly different. The men are like, oh. And he says, well, I'm grateful. At the very least, salvation's it's not much, but it's all that we have. Thank you, my dearest friend.
I take it you haven't heard then.
No, what? I've been down here.
Sheriff,
Sheriff's coming to here to deal with us? And kind of like,
she's gone.
yeah, gone. And so now the men they all fall silent. And they kind of look at each other, and he says, you mean they killed her?
The first.
And he
There was
kind of,
nothing we could do.
he draws breath, and he's like, Zodor wasn't always a fan of Sheriff, but Sheriff at least played it straight. That's bad. If they went after Sheriff, it meant they... And just kind of... This is above my pay grade. This is something Zodor's got to deal with.
Then you better take me to him.
All right. And he kind of, like gestures, like a bunch of the, the guys start going off in different directions.
Bring two of them with us too.
And he says, all right. And he kind of gestures to two. The two come alongside. And you can see, by the way, too, that the face of this man is all blackened with soot. Like he went up to try to like go into what was left of the smoking ruin of the hideout up there. Not the hideout, but the headquarters up there. And he takes you north through the town. Now, I do have a question, Yana. As you're heading up this way, you will obviously be going past where a lot of your party members are. So you could be like, put in a destination on the way on your GPS. You could be like, or you could just go direct without talking to them.
Just going direct without talking to them.
Okay.
You don't want to have Chad guide you there?
Yes, you know exactly what I mean. Well, it depends. If Stalio's guiding you, you'll end up in Planescape. That's how that'll go. Anyway, inside joke for those who missed my Find Arv breakfast stream from a few weeks ago, and chat did not lead me properly. Anyway, okay, Yana, I'm going to stay with you then. When you head north, up around, basically kind of tracing around, just around the outskirts, basically, of Salvation, and finally find yourself at the yard. Remember, it's kind of like a stockyard, basically, that leads to eventually Big Mo. And they bring you over to this one area, and actually it's more or less the opposite pile from the pile from which you were ambushed. You remember it well, Yana. You charged said pile and then were taken down at that point. So it brings you to the opposite one, and then stops, and he looks at you and he says, I'm taking a big risk in bringing you down there. I trust you.
You're not.
And he kind of, and you can tell that there's like a lot of tension with him and the two men that are with him. Like, this is very much like break in case of emergency, you know what I mean? Break glass and type of emergency sort of place.
They were going to kill everybody in the town. Everyone. To get what they wanted. They are all dead now. You are not taking a risk with me. Believe it.
He sighs and he says, all right. And you notice he bends down and picks up what looks like he's about to pick up this piece of debris, looks like just this piece of twisted metal, except that he literally, instead of picking it up from the pile, basically pulls it up, and you see it suddenly, like, almost pivots like a lever, and suddenly there is this, and something pushes aside a pile of the debris, and underneath you can see there is a trap door with steps leading down into darkness. It seems a sort of wave of cold comes up from below, much more cold than usual for the desert. You get the impression this thing doesn't get opened very much, Yana.
Does it look like it was opened before we got here?
Yes, I mean potentially, yeah. But it's one of those things that it's one of those things that isn't
maybe.
Yeah, it's not heavily trafficked, but it could easily be that something could have gone in there. Yes.
So she sort of looks at the hole and then looks at the three of them and kind of goes.
So they all three of them head in, and assuming that you follow,
I do.
When you get down below, there's a moment's pause, and then he pushes something on the wall, and the trapdoor closes again. And so for a moment, you're left in darkness. And then he takes a further step.
I have night vision.
Okay, so you're able to see anyway. But as he takes a further step down,
vision.
As he takes a further step down these stairs, suddenly these blue, they almost look like wear-lights, kind of highlight, and you can see that there are a set of burning blue lit lanterns down this hallway, down this
cool,
highlighting the staircase that leads down.
She kind of looks at it and she kind of goes, well, she's just sort of a little caught off guard by it. It's kind of cool.
You follow them down, and it's not a very deep staircase. It probably goes down maybe 30 35, 40 feet at most. And then you find yourself at the bottom. You go down maybe another 10 feet. And then you come to the corner, and the guard sort of holds up a hand and comes to the corner and then goes, this sort of strange falling whistle 3 times.
Yeah, I would know what I would know what that would mean.
Yeah. And there's a moment, and then you hear as a response, and then he looks at you and he nods and he comes around the corner. And as you come around the corner, all 3 of you, you find yourself facing Zodor and one other with crossbows pointed at your faces. And the minute they see you, they sort of, the guard next to Zodor kind of like tenses a bit, and Zodor puts his hand on his, he says, no. Just put it down. And the guard kind of looks at him and slowly lowers his weapon. And Zodor comes up and claps the guard that you're with on the shoulder. And then the 2 behind sort of does the same thing. And then looks at you, Yana.
And I sort of, Yana kind of goes up to him and just doesn't immediately show emotion on her face, but is just very much happy he's alive. And actually, before she can stop herself, she hugs him.
So he's kind of like,
just straight up hugs him.
Yeah.
Just like, oh God, you're alive. I'm glad you're alive.
And he's sort of taken aback, and the men are all kind of like, and he says, "Oh, all right. I'm glad you're all right too, Yana." And
when she sort of realizes what she does, she sort of backs up a little bit and kind of looks at him and goes, "I'm just glad you're alive."
I'm a little glad myself, he says. And
a lot of good people died today, and it's harder than I thought it would be.
And he nods slowly and he says, I heard before I saw this whistling sound. I don't know what instinct told me to do it, but I got out and I was halfway down the ladder when whenever it was hit. I nearly fell off the ladder. The whole thing shook. I had that reinforced a couple of years ago just in case. And it's a good thing I did it. By that point, I knew the jig was up and that something was coming for me. So I came here. I didn't even have a chance to tell any of the guards down below. And he kind of shrugs. He's like, I'm glad that they remembered something of what I taught them. And he kind of looks appreciatively at the others. And
Zodor, something came for all of us. All of us were attacked. Sheriff's dead. And we have 5 bodies we put in the ground to try to keep salvation from being destroyed.
And he kind of like takes a step back. You can, with the sheriff's dead part, you can see his eyes widen a little bit, and he's just like, "Sheriff's dead." And he kind of looks over at the guard, the one that you've been with, and the guard nods a couple times, and Zodor looks back at you, and he's like, who killed him?
They murdered him.
Killed her, sorry. Who killed her?
They murdered her. Sorry, yeah.
My bad.
They murdered her.
Who?
Assassinated her. I wish I knew more. Bad people that want something we have. Something I desperately want to share with you. But I have to know that you're on my side.
And he kind of like, he tilts his head a little bit, and he's...
If I tell you this thing, it changes people just from the knowing of it existing. I have to know that you'll be the same Zodor before as after.
And you see that his eyes narrow, and he's giving you this very kind of piercing, like trying to, really read you type of look. And he takes a moment, and then, the rest of you, wait outside. Make sure that you're not seen when you go outside. I'll follow up in a few minutes. If the areas up there is clear, I'm going to need to get back into town.
And she turns around and looks at all of them and says, "And you have my word. Nothing will happen to him while I'm in his presence. I promise you. If he goes down, I go with him."
Now, the main guard that we were with looks exceedingly displeased with this idea. Like, is just sort of like, and he literally opens his mouth, and Zodor holds up a hand, and he says, "I'll be fine. There's nothing else to worry about taking a risk for. You know that as well as I do. Something big just changed in this town. We need to find out what it is. Now get the hell out of here." And the guard, gives you the whole, looks back at you, Yana, type of thing, and just like...
Oh, she stopped paying attention to him.
All right, well then...
She's not even paying attention to him anymore. She's looking right at... She's looking... If looks could murder, the look that she's giving Zodo right now is, I'm about to tell you something that's going to change everything. Get ready. Okay.
So
she knows what she's about to do, and she doesn't like it, but she would rather do it herself than have Alarian do it.
Okay. So the guard shrugs and then, turns and follows the others, and you can hear that there's still some I don't know, it's just a people be just being like, what's going on with the boss type of thing as they go up the stairs. And so Zodor waits until they're up the stairs, and then there's the sound of the far above, not far above, but in the distance as the thing closes again. And Zodor goes up to the corner, looks around, satisfied, comes back and says, "All right, I'll keep everything we've talked about before in mind, but I've got to warn you, Yana. I ain't much different than anybody else, in that if things change people, they might change me too. The only thing that I will promise is that I will come to this with the same kind of openness we talked about before. I'm just a shifter broker here. But as much as a shifter broker can pay attention to others, that's me. What is it that you have to say?"
Is there a place to sit down?
There is, although it's basically this is very sparse. There's basically a rough table and 2 chairs, and that's it. This is very much
she sits down at one of the chairs and sort of motions him to do the same.
All right, so he does.
I'm bringing this to you because I think it'll mean more coming from me. With Sheriff gone, Salvation is in a lot of trouble. And I fear we haven't made things better. But the fact of the matter is now, we're going to need help to save what's left of it. Alarian believes Aurelian Karnak has other motives in mind with regards to the town. And after I tell you what's in this town, you'll understand why. And why he's going to ask you for your help. And you have to give it to him. The thing we brought into this town it's an awful box called the Oracle of War. Do you know it?
No. All I need to know is it's anything related to war to know it's bad. What does it do?
To be honest, I don't really understand it. It's a thinking box. A planning box. Any place you put it, can somehow figure out everything about that place. Where we are, where the enemy is, where the bad guys are. And the scariest part, what we can use to win. It knows, and I don't know how. But what I do know is that to be able to know exactly what to do in any given situation, that is a very dangerous thing. And we have to get it away from this town. Immediately. The more time we spend here, the more danger we put everybody in. And I don't want that.
And he says, "You found this thing in the gray?"
You bet your ass.
And he kind of...
The older I get, the worse everything gets around me.
He kind of rubs the back of his neck, and he's just like...
Listen, if Arulin Karnak knows about this thing, you already know what I think about her. Arulin's not going to... She's not going to see danger, she's going to see profit. I don't know whether she was responsible for what just happened, or if she's part of the attack, or if she's just going to take advantage of it. But if she finds out about it...
And he kind of shrugs and he says,
I've been trying to avoid open warfare with Arulin now for several years. The truth is, any time I make any moves at all, Arulin's likely to know about it. A third of this town might be on her payroll. And, as we've already discussed, the town doesn't trust me, Yana. I'm just a shifter, remember?
And he kind of gives you a kind of twisted, cynical, somewhat cynical smile.
This town is going to need someone now that Sheriff is gone. You can still be a shifter and help this town.
Yana, I'm not a lawkeeper. I can't replace Sheriff.
You just need to protect them.
These people? You want me to protect these people of Salvation?
I want you to try because Sheriff is gone, because we had to do it, and somebody has to. Otherwise, you, me, everybody in this town is going to be gone over this box, over this thing that's going to hurt and destroy everything we care about. I need your help, Zodor. You may not want open war, but it may have already come to us. And in the meantime, I'm not asking for you to take over the whole town. What I'm asking you for is help. Help to get the box out of here. And help to keep Aurelian off our backs when we do. We need her to look the other way. We can't do both.
And he sort of like, he looks, his face works like, actually make an insight check for me, please. Yeah.
Okay.
The surface level is extraordinarily pissed off. The internal level, and as a quick note to the players, I already mentioned this in Discord, but I'm going to be coming to Nisiana momentarily. Tantan momentarily, and then Nisiana.
15.
So you can tell that he is clearly angry. It doesn't seem to be directed at you, but you always, of course, are able to tell when Zodor is basically going through like mental calculations of like, you know, there's this and this, and finally he stands up and he kind of, you know, he turns around and walks behind his chair and puts a hand up on one of the walls of this thing, which is not much more than basically a dirt wall here. And you can see his fist kind of tighten. This is about as angry as you've ever seen Zodor get. And he sort of... Yana, you're asking me to put every one of my people's lives at risk, to put all of them at risk for these people that spend half their time spitting on them. Just because you trust me in a way that they don't. You might be asking me to send those people that I'm supposed to protect to death. Every single one of them, not just maybe, but definitely.
She stands up and looks at him. Zorar, I know we haven't known each other long. But I do care about you. And your people. And I don't want to see them hurt. I don't want to see my friends hurt. I don't want to see these people hurt. But if we don't work together to try to save this town and get this box out of here, then this town will be destroyed. And the lives of you and your men, who knows what will happen? But this place will be gone. And someone will get that box. Do you want it to be Aurelian Karnak?
Make a persuasion check for me, please. Yeah, exactly. And also, we must hang together. Well,
Whoa!
That would be a
How
natural
about that?
20.
So he's like, the answer
Couldn't have come at a better time.
The answer's still
Yeah.
no. He.
Shut up.
No,
If
he
you
doesn't.
go to say no,
I would
you
quit.
actually say
Arv,
yes.
I would quit.
Instead of saying
I
no,
would
he
quit.
just says, "Let me break it to you gently." No, I'm just kidding. He, but his face does, again work and salvation. Salvation for whom? And he kind of kicks the chair leg and then you go tell your people that I will do what I can to at least keep Aurelian away at bay. But I cannot, and I don't have the people to secure this place completely. You've got 2 days, and I'll do the best I can to keep him off you for 2 days. But beyond that 2 days, there is nothing I'll be able to do because they'll be breathing down my neck. And it would be nice if some of your people and the rest of the fine people of Salvation think to take the town's name and use it for something other than them and profit. If they could save us, that would be nice. And then he sort of breathes, takes a deep breath, and he says, "But yes, Yana, I will do what I can."
I have a feeling that I will never be able to repay this kindness. But I want you to know I will do everything I can to let those people know that you did good, that you are good, that there's still something good in the town of Salvation, or whatever they choose to call it next.
And he kind of he chuckles at that last one a little bit, and I'm less worried about what they call it and what the place actually turns out to be. You don't have a lot of time to do all this. Go tell your people. I'll get mine to get working all right away. And Yana, you make sure you keep
keep you and your people safe while you're doing this too.
And she carefully puts a hand on his shoulder, just squeezes it a little and says, "You too. Thank you." And she leaves.
Okay. I'm going to jump back up to Nisiana. Before I do that,
I will need to talk to Alarian to relay that stuff.
No, that's
to
fine. I'm hoping to bring everybody together now in just a moment, but I'm going to reset so I don't have 5 separate conversations constantly. I'm going to reset and bring everyone back to day 17 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron, Oracle of War, Justice for Salvation. We are in the middle, basically between Season 1 and Season 2. Think of this as the Book of Boba Fett, otherwise known as The Mandalorian 2.5. This is that episode. We will next month be starting Season 2 of Oracle of War, but this is some wrap-up after some fairly big events. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel, do all the things, and please check out these wonderful players because they're amazing and awesome players. Also, as a note to said players, we will run for about another half hour, and then we will take our break just so the party is aware. Now, I'm going to come to Nisiana first, then I want to bring some people together as people are kind of regathering, and I'm going to ask how we do that. But I want to come to you next, Nisiana. As you are sort of now finishing up, I would say, with kind of the work that's, around the town, you have found some that you can help and spare. You're happy to note that you've been able to spare many of them, but there are...
I kind of need a number for my logs.
The ones that you were able to spare was probably about 15.
Wow.
And by the time you're done with this, you are exhausted.
I am indeed.
But you also have found 10 dead, Nisiana. And without going into depth on this, one of them was a family that you might remember at the beginning of the conflict had kind of gone into this one house, and there was nothing pretty much you could do about it because then the conflict was moving around. But again, it feels to you that all of this was indiscriminate, and obviously purposely indiscriminate. But as you are sort of wrapping that up, you would be able, I suppose, although Alarian can correct me if I'm wrong, in my imagination, I'm thinking that it's Alarian who was originally going to find Nisiana or to find Halar, then after Halar left the church, might go back up to Nisiana. And what I was thinking was then at some point, all of you would reconvene at Hilar's house. That was my thought. But if I don't want to push people in that direction, I don't want to rise above the water, with laminated paper. I don't know
the
if that's...
king comes out of Hilar's house.
So I wasn't sure if that was the case, but I just wanted to...
Roughly, he'll go look for whomever, basically.
Okay, that's fine.
Will. And then bring him back to where the Oracle is.
But before we do that, just Nisiana, I want to ask you, so as you're sort of coming through all of this, the other thing is that it was all, as I said, indiscriminate, but you also notice that although the marks of death are different depending on who killed them, and you can see what looks like claw or slash marks, that might well have been the person that attacked Tanton. You can see several bite marks in one of them that may have been the cobra. So you can kind of see, what was responsible in each case. But what you do not see is anything that indicates a particular kind of pattern. In fact, it almost feels to you like the intention was to make this patternless, that this was not going to be easy to trace back to any one group. Almost always, if you see someone dead, they have been killed in a particular way by a particular group of people, which have certain patterns to how they do things.
Does that tell me they think they were going to have to kill the entire town?
Or that they didn't care if they did.
Okay. Because that is a different approach to this than... They were killing indiscriminately because they knew for sure we had it, versus they were just going to kill people until they either got it or ran out of people.
It's...
Why not both?
I was going to say.
I don't see those as mutually
they're
exclusive.
probably not even mutually exclusive. Clearly they were wanting to get the Oracle, and this is all guesswork on your part, Nisiana, but if you had to guess, the assumption is that they were doing what they could to get the Oracle and keep people alive for long enough for them to tell them where it was. But clearly they had no regard for the lives of these people, and they just, they wanted the Oracle.
Okay. Well, my mind is set on that so that I don't focus on trying to hunt down Aurelian myself.
Yeah.
Because in my mind, she is behind all of this, and she's the reason my sister died. And I had to bring her back.
Yeah.
So I will be noodling on that whole concept for whatever report we have to make to whomever. If Hilar comes up, Nisiana is absolutely exhausted. Her filter is not exactly on. So she will probably say some of this to him, trying to figure it out. And then she will want to know where the hell her sister is. Because at this point, she will now realize her sister is not there.
Right. Right. And Hilar would tell you that Merime has gone back to Hilar's house. That basically that's where he's gathering everybody to sort of talk about next steps.
That is where I am going.
Okay.
But yeah, she's just so weary.
Absolutely. And one other note, Nisiana, absolutely no sign at all of Arulan. None
Even
of the men.
Even people that
nothing.
we saw, that we knew?
Yep. All of the ones that you saw were people that said that they all know Arulan, but none of them had seen Arulan. The only exception might be, say, Garunda in the market, but Garunda basically knew about what happened because Garunda was there when the whole thing went down with Arulan. But after that, Arulan basically made her escape very quickly. So
like an infection, we're going to have to burn her out.
Mm-hmm. So that's the deal with that. Merime, you don't need to move anywhere because you're actually in Hilar's home. Alarian is kind of roughly making his way there as well. Yana is heading back there, so that leads us to Tanton. And I did jump to Nisiana. God damn it, I was determined apparently to constantly go over Tanton. Doesn't matter, same difference. So Tanton, you at this point have assembled as much salvage, at least from these bodies, as you're likely to get. And there is a good amount of it, which again is, as I said, quite high quality and clearly expensive stuff. And, I guess my question is, too, that Tensor's flying disc only has so much, diameter. So I'm trying to think how you're, piling this all together. I mean, are you just putting all stuff individually in, a bag of holding or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So, there's a lot of it to put in the bag of holding, so a lot that you'll have to then remove later on. But that's... Yes? Yeah. Okay.
You can hold 64 cubic feet.
Yeah, no, I know. I know. Just one of those things where it's hold on a second, girder, screw, cog.
Or if you want to do it the quick way, you just turn the bag inside out and it dumps everything, and then you turn it right side out again and get what you need, and then put the stuff back as you don't.
If you turn it inside out, throw it through a portable hole, the end of everything. So that's how that works.
Well, no.
Just a mini black hole.
Just a portal to the astral plane opens up. I mean,
yeah,
no big deal.
Fine. Okay, so you gather all that stuff together. At a certain point, Tanton, Hilar, comes to you and basically sort of, this is just as you've literally just finished, I would say, putting the last of the stuff in, and says, Tanton, if you're done up here, the rest of them are gathering down at my house. We have to talk about what's going to happen next with the Oracle. I don't want to cut this short, but we gotta get people down there and figure out what to do.
And Tanton is basically holding what would be the equivalent of Sheriff's brain, in his hand, and he's tweaking bits and pieces of it, trying to find out where that flaw was coming from, because it's bugging him. The fact that she didn't let him help her when she was alive, and now he's basically doing a post-mortem.
Right, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute, but...
Right, and so he's just
Okay.
He may not have even heard it. He's dialed in.
Okay, so Hilar, who knows you, having dealt with you on many occasions, sort of waits, and then is kind of like, you can do that also back at my house, but...
Oh, hello!
And he says, hello, the others are back at the house at my home. We need to figure out what to do with the Oracle. I don't want to cut this short, but you think you could do that down there?
Yes.
You say amidst the scraps of metal surrounding you, and like just
the partially disassembled corpse of Sheriff
right
sitting on the loading
Maybe you don't want to
platform.
do this in the middle of the street in view of everybody else that's in the
exactly.
It's
exactly
like,
right.
they're all looking at you.
There's probably a kid who's like, he's taking Sheriff apart.
Yeah, actually, the funny thing is that probably would be the case were it not for the fact that everyone is either in other places or is in their homes, or I hate to say this, is dead. So they're not actually paying attention to you right now.
Well, if they're dead, it's not bothering them anyway.
Yeah,
Right.
So, yeah.
And as those two are watching each other, Valerian glides by and literally lightly but firmly grabs Tanton by the arm and starts pulling him toward Halar's house. Not a word, just comes up and...
Oh, that's not going to work.
He's got a pretty good grip on that brain, and so
You can take it with him.
Yeah,
It's
take the
fine.
brain with you, right? Like, I mean...
We need...
well, it's still connected. He
Oh,
doesn't
to the
take it
body?
out.
I thought
So,
you
like,
said-
falls over? I thought you
He's
had the
basically-
No, it's still connected.
He's basically opened the top of the cranium and is like looking inside to see.
He's
what's...
ghost in the
God.
shelled sheriff.
So Larian is like dragging Tanton to the body.
Who's dragging
Sheriff
Sheriff?
down the street.
Well, then I'm solving two problems by getting this out of sight of people, too. So it's still a win in Valerian's book.
Because Tanton's not thinking about that. He's like, I
No.
need to fix this.
Tanton, I do want you to make an investigation check on this one, but I'll have you do it at advantage about the question you raised about the why did this, with the malfunction thing.
And then a strength check while you're dragging this thing.
Oh, God, no. He's only got a strength of 11. That's not going to work well.
Yeah.
You said investigation?
Yes, please.
At advantage? you
At
said?
advantage.
Okay.
I think it's reasonable to give advantage to someone who is dissecting the creature in question.
Yes.
Natural 1 and a 23.
Fortunate.
That's a good
then.
thing.
Very fortunate. Tanton, as you were in the process of going through this, you did find, you think, what was responsible. Through what we would call in a human body the brain, and what you know to be basically the, I don't want to say processing center because it's going to make it sound like a robot. Warforged are not robots, but essentially in the area which is infused with magic and manages things like language and knowledge and experience and so forth. Through that section, you can see that there is what looks like essentially a long iron spike that was directly through the middle of that section. And as you look, you can see that it apparently looks as if it was perhaps a projectile, because there's an area that basically goes through that side of the brain. It wasn't visible from the outside, and it may have been that it was then healed later on, in quotes, healed like someone, like covered it over or
Mending
whatever.
on it. Yeah.
Yes. But what you are aware of from this, Tanton, is you would almost be certain that this is a projectile weapon that was used during the last war. And it suggests that Sheriff was shot down by one of these things. And you did know that the Sheriff had mentioned that she had fought in the last war.
My last question on this, does it indicate what direction she was shot from?
As in, like, high-low? Like what?
Whether she was shot in the back or...
In the back, yes.
I was going to say, are you nodding? Because I can't hear
Oh, yeah, sorry. In the back.
Because I'm looking at the camera.
Yes, sir.
You are actually, my camera feed is directly below the camera. Yours is directly below that. So you're about this far away from where I'm looking.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah,
it's
no,
like, I was like,
in the back.
okay.
It seems almost certainly. And the other thing, Tanton, at an angle, as if Sheriff was on her knees when this was done.
Well, that's... Right, we'll deal with that later, I guess. You said that everybody was gathering together for dinner. Was that what you said?
You say this as Hilarion is gradually leading you, and
You're
Hilar
pulling me.
walking along you. Hilar walking along you again, just like Hilar's like, that's right. Like as Hilarion is like going
good.
along with you.
Good, I'm very hungry. Spanner, let's go get something to eat for me, not for you.
And Spanner like turns and follows immediately, of course. Okay. So when you get back to Hilar's home, and you all gather around, and I will...
I'm there now, too. Or Yana's there now, too,
I figured as
right?
much, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, damn it. And I realized that the map window also has the messed up pictures. I will fix that. So, as you are in the process there, Merime, Yana, and everyone else sort of shows up. And, of course, the Oracle of War has not done anything except just sit there. You have occasionally seen someone sort of pass outside the door, but it's generally been someone that you either recognize, like Mother Johanna has passed by once or twice, and you have seen at one point Hilar kind of passed by and sort of took a look in, kind of nodded when he saw you and continued, and so like it's been stuff like that. Otherwise, the street outside has been more or less deserted and has been eerily and uncomfortably quiet after the
Every time somebody
situation.
goes by, we're all like,
yeah, exactly.
And Yana's like, that happens a lot here.
I'm going to. I was like, what the heck is that Forto? It's the spiritual weapon, which is not here at the moment. Okay, I'm going to.
Arv, may I start by sharing what I learned, or do you have a particular?
I don't know a
order you wanna
particular
do this
order.
in?
Just all of you when you arrive in the house. But Hilar is going to say one thing, which was when you arrive in the house. Hilar brings you in, and when all of you are gathered together, he says, "We don't have time for celebrations right now or anything of that sort. But I just want to say very quickly, I'm proud of all of you. You're the reason that the King's Citadel can do things and get things done. Not because of the name, but because of you. More than that, though, we don't have time to say, because we've all, at this point, heard that there are problems with this," and he indicates the Oracle, "and with salvation. If anyone's got news they want to share, you can do it. I just want you to know that we got ourselves about a day and a half before the lightning rail is going to show up from Sharn. We need to get this thing out of here." And then he sort of leans back against the wall and folds his arms and he says, "And all of you desperately need some sleep. We'll get that as soon as we can, but we've got to figure out what we're doing first." And then he falls silent.
I have news. I went and spoke to Zordor. He's willing to help us. He will give us 2 days to turn Aurelian's Eye away from us and allow us to get the box out of the town. He can't guarantee our safety after that. He also requests, whether any of you want to do this or not is up to you, that the deeds he's about to undertake might be shared with some of the people of Salvation, and that maybe his help might change their opinions of him if we were to tell them that he was helping us. Specifically, because he's putting a lot of his people at risk. For me. And for us. I had to tell him about the box. It was the least I could do to get him to be on board. I don't believe he has any interest in it, and I trust him. If we get out of here, I think we at least owe him a song or two, maybe? And she sort of looks at Merime. And if not that, more thank yous than I can give. But he will help us. Begrudgingly. But of his own will.
You know, I don't really see a problem with this. The people of this town have learned to trust you. They've learned to appreciate you. You're a shifter. They recognize the sacrifices that you've made, the fact that you have placed yourself in harm's way to protect them. If they can do that, but not learn to trust him, who's been here longer, then they're a bunch of hypocrites who don't deserve the town.
And she sort of cocks her head to one side and goes, "You may be right. Zodor is in a lot of pain from the town, from trying to keep his people alive. I don't have his responsibilities. I'm just Yana. And I'm with all of you. Makes it easier for it makes it easier for people.
If it helps, I will help spread good songs and cheer about Zodar just to keep him.
Well, don't make him sound too good.
I wouldn't do that, don't worry. But on their side.
But my point is, I think his decision came with a lot of concern, worry. I wouldn't call it fear, but it took everything I had to convince him to help us. And the shifter in me didn't want to put him in that position. But the friend to all of you knew this had to be done. When this is all over, if we're all still alive, it'd just be nice to see him have a smile on his face. For once. About anything. Especially to do with this town. Anyway. We have 2 days. So, and she looks at Alarian. What do we do now?
We must go talk to Zodor immediately.
No,
If
you cannot talk to Zodor. I talk to Zodor. We do not talk to Zodor anymore.
If you do not take us there, you have consigned him to his death, and all his men will be slaughtered. Do you not understand? What do you think will happen when Aurelian figures out who distracted her? Do you think she's just going to let that go? Are you insane? You have doomed him. If we do not stand with him, he is a dead man, and all his people are dead. She will not let that stand. We must go talk to Zodor now. Band together and face Aurelian as one group. This distraction is death for them. You are consigning them to their graves. Literally. Take me to him, or I will find someone who can right now. This is not a request. It is not an order. But you must, otherwise you have just gotten home killed.
And she just looks Alarian right in the face. What happens if we all die? We need to get that box out of this damn town.
So you're willing to sacrifice Zodor and his men to do so?
Zodor said he would do it for us. I asked him that question, and he said yes. He knows what he's doing.
To die. Do you want your friend to die alone in town and Aurelian gets what she wants to town anyways? Or do we stand against her now and stop her before we leave? And yes, that carries the risk of death for all of us.
We don't know that we can.
There's only one way to find out now.
Miriam is going to step up and just kind of put a hand on each of them. Not on their face. And just say, a moment.
Alarian's knee.
Oh, sorry?
Well, because I'm so tall.
It's not that tall.
Not compared to
on his
Merryman.
foot.
I mean, Nisiana, yes, but not Merryman.
Yeah, I'll reach up, put a hand on shoulder and a hand on your arm, Hilarion, and a hand on Yana's shoulder. I say,
Valerian.
please give me one
No,
moment.
I need to say this.
Wonderful.
You do not speak for Zodor. Zodor decides who he wishes to see. Not you. You are not his people.
And he made a decision. He made a decision based on what I asked him.
Which was an incomplete scenario. That is what you don't understand, Yana. You are young, and you do not understand the ramifications of what you are talking about.
I understand the ramifications of that box being here.
Understand the ramifications of what Rulian will do to this town when we are gone.
No, you don't. None of you understand. Yana, what did you tell him about us? Without even asking us about what we do. I thought, how can we trust? What did you do? What did you tell Zodor about us and what we're doing?
I told him we're trying to save everybody
And she
by
points
getting
to the
this thing out of here.
But you told him about that. And all his people?
Well, no, I didn't tell all of his people. I told Zodor. And what was I going to do? Ask him to defend us and tell him nothing? To give him no respect whatsoever? And no ability to know exactly what the stakes are? Of course I told him about the box.
If he was going to do this for you, he would have done it without knowing about the box.
You don't know that.
No, I don't, because you didn't give us an opportunity to talk with you about it or talk with him. And now he's in danger, we're in danger, and who knows what's up. Well, at least
Why are none of you listening? We have a way to get this box out of the town. That's what we needed.
And leaving your friend behind to die. That's a great choice.
Leaving him to fight and do something.
And die. He will
Then
die.
we all die.
His men will die. No. That is unacceptable. And you do not know that.
That is what you're doing us to if we go up against... I'm sorry, it's Ilarion? Ilarion. If we go up against Ilarion Karnak now, knowing nothing, what she wants, why she wants it, how she wants it, she will kill all of us regardless. That box is the only thing keeping us alive. And you know it.
I did not know your powers of prophecy were so broad that you can see into other people's minds and see the future and know what is going to happen. Yana.
And you can?
Aurelian would slaughter all of us in a heartbeat if she knew where this box was. It is not keeping us alive. It is the biggest millstone around our necks right now.
That is why I asked him for his help. He knew exactly what I was asking him to do.
Did he?
And if you think he doesn't know that...
He is going to get killed. He was worried about his men, who said so himself. He grudgingly gave you help. But you are so sure he's going to die. He knows this, and he is ready to do it for you, which is a noble sacrifice if it is true.
He's ready to do it for us, Ilarion. For us. For us to get the box out of here. That is our job.
It is our job if we choose to do so. We also have a duty to these people in this town. We have come here and upset everything. Brought assassins to this town. Townspeople have died, and more will die if we leave them defenseless like you would like to do. That is unacceptable to me. You can do what you wish with the box.
You are assuming that Zodor is incapable. You don't know what his capabilities are.
You said so yourself, he fears Aurelian. You said yourself he grudgingly is helping you to distract her. Once we are gone, and it is him versus her, it is all over for him. Us coming together with him and standing against her is the only chance he has. Period. But if you want to come back here and visit his gravesite, be my guest, because that is what we'll be doing.
He doesn't want to fight her. He wants to distract her so we can get out with the box.
And what will happen once she realizes what has happened? Do you think she's going to let him live?
But the box will not be here anymore.
Yes, and all the more her vengeance will come down on him tenfold for allowing herself to be distracted. You cannot possibly think she will just let him walk about this town unmolested.
And you cannot possibly think that us teaming up with Zodor is enough to take her down now. You can't possibly believe that.
It is not just us and just Zodor. It is everyone else in town. Garunda. Everyone who has a stake in Salvation's survival. Together, the entire town can stand against her. 1 part, 2 parts, 3 parts? Unknown. But the whole town has seen the devastation that can be wrought by just 5 of those people. If Aurelian takes over the town, all of them will be doomed. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually, she will wring this town dry, kill anyone who opposes her, and leave it a barren husk. If she is allowed to continue here. You also do not know what she is capable of. I have, and Marome and Nisiana have faced her people. So she's down at least, I can't remember, was it 2 or 3?
Of
in the marketplace we faced, was it 3 of them?
3.
3. She's down at least 3. But we cannot, and I will not leave her to molest and take over this town. While I am still alive, I will do everything in my power to stop her before we go. We have a day and a half, but we are wasting time arguing about it when we could be making plans.
You think we're wasting time. I think you're ignoring my point, just so you can confirm yours is the better one.
If you want to save these people, including Zodor, mine is the better one, and I think you know that.
No, I don't know that it's the better one, because wherever this box lives, death comes with it, and that is a guarantee, and you know it. This town is no safer with us in it, with that box there, than it is with 1,000 Aurelians in it. And I want it out of Salvation. Tonight. And that's my job. And it should be your job too, Aurelian. Aurelian. Why are these names the same? I hate it.
It really is Aurelian Karnak, just to be clear.
Aurelian Karnak.
The box is not leaving until the train comes. And if you take it out and expose it to people, that will just bring them probably...
Then whenever the blasted train comes, the point is the same. Zodor will give us cover to get the box out. And if the pressure comes down, he will get his men out of here.
I had a vision about the Oracle. Just while you're having your little debacle. I'm not sure we should leave it alone. And I think it's more important than we realize even.
What do you mean?
I don't know quite how to explain it. And you'd notice too, just from like the time of knowing Merimée, Nisiana would be more aware of it, but we've all known each other long enough that she is quite withdrawn for herself. But I mean, I don't know how much you know about the Kalashtar, but we don't dream, or so they say. I don't know. But sometimes I get these visions, these almost like messages that are too important to ignore. And I had one that led me to Nisiana. I had one that brought me to the war and eventually to meeting Halar. I had and to joining the King's citadel. And I had one in the battlefield when I got knocked down. Thank you for bringing me back, Nisiana. And it was the Oracle of War, and it was bigger. It was bigger. It was overtaking the horizon almost, and there was this glowing light, and this purple mist, and darkness beyond it. And I don't know how to interpret these visions, but I know that I know that it's better to follow them. Sometimes it turns out better to follow them than not. I wish I could show you what I've seen, but I don't think we should leave the Oracle. I think the Oracle needs to be our main concern right now. Something bad's going to happen soon, and the Oracle is at the heart of it.
Something bad has already happened.
Something worse then. Or we're being led that way. Maybe it's something good. Sometimes it's something good. I don't know. I can never quite interpret it. But I mean, it brought me to Nisiana. So in the end, I have to believe that a lot of these things happen well. But regardless, one way or another, I don't know, purple mist, like coming out of it, and a weird glow. But it was looming in the distance, like it was the most important thing in the world on the horizon.
It has potential.
My friends, you need to understand something. I am a shifter. I'm not a warrior. I'm barely a shaman. I'm learning, relearning, figuring things out I never thought I'd have to deal with. But I do know one thing. Instinct. My instinct is to run. We are not prepared for a fight. Zodor did not say he would fight for us. He said he would give us a distraction with which to run. Maybe we will be able to fight her soon, and with the power of whatever that box brings. But shifters know when to fight and when to flee. And it's not cowardice, it's self-preservation. And I am telling you, the longer we stay here with this box, the greater the chance is we doom this entire town. And I would not have done what I did if I didn't think it was the right call. And I think Zodor wanted to help. Because if they did this today for that box, what they do next, we will not be able to stop. With Zodor, the entire town, or the entirety of Eberron itself, at our backs. Now, I could be wrong. But I hope to God, I hope to the gods I'm not. Because if we stay here and fight, and we lose, we would be better off dead than bear witness to what that will do in the wrong people's hands. I promise you. Now, I can't take you to Zodor, and I won't. His people barely were willing to let me go in and see him, and only because I know him. I've talked to him, shifter to shifter. But if you are determined to get your point to him, I will ask if he wants to come here. He may say no, and if he says no, then that's that. But I will ask him. Is that enough?
I need not your permission to go see Zor. I've spoken with him myself. How dare you? Your arrogance is unbelievable, Jarl. I choose who I will see. Zor chooses who he wants to see. You are not the arbiter of us. I have heard enough of your conversation. I am going to see him now. You will not stop me. You will not stand in my way. I am done here.
I will not take you to see him.
He leaves the room.
There's
He just goes.
well
he just
before he
turns and
does
leaves.
before he does that, there's a sort of, I was about to say shifting, and I was like, what, shifter? No, just a movement. And you hear a voice behind you say, I think before any of you make decisions, you might want to consult with me. And you turn to sort of, it's one of those like classic, Fellowship of the Ring, Lord of the Ring moments. I will take it to Mordor. Everyone like looks around. This is the same thing. Everyone turns around to see
Gandalf.
You see Gandalf, yes, and everything is better. No,
I'm about to say, what does Hilar want
to
King
say
Citadel to do?
to see
I
Hilar,
was literally saying that
and
to my
Hilar,
sister.
and Hilar sort of pushes himself off the wall, and looks
he's
very
standing
serious.
Standing over by the platform right now.
Sorry?
We're in camera mode. Don't
yeah,
worry
we're in
about
camera mode. I was just like, I left that behind. Theater of the mind, man. No.
Right, yeah.
So he pushes himself off the inside of the wall of the house, and he says, I hope I have made clear at this point how much respect I have for all of you. You came as essentially my charges. I'm your contact here, and I have admired what you've done. You may be the best chance that Brayland has, and more importantly, you may have the best chance Corvair and Eberron has to avoid falling into all-out war, and it might be a war that none of us survive. Part of the reason for that, and he starts looking at all of you, and he goes to each person, is because of all of you. You, Alarian, are in many ways the shield of this group. You're the one who thinks things through, and you're the one who stops people from hitting those that you're supposed to protect. And he looks at you, Yana, and you, the youngest of the group, in some ways the least experienced, but not from a lack of wisdom. Maybe it's 'cause you're a shifter that you know what it's like to feel not part of something, disconnected sometimes. But whatever the reason, not just your talents, but your understanding of why people misunderstand talents is a part of why you're here. And he looks at Tantan and then Nisiana, and he says, but while the two of you are arguing and making good points, the both of you, you might want to remember that you have others here that you also have to consider. And there's something that Nisiana said before that I don't think you heard. There's questions of trust to be had here. Questions of trust to be had between those who are part of the King's Citadel. That's a trust that I think can be strained. And it happens when people don't actually know whether or not the person that they're with is going to agree to the ideas they come up with. And he looks at you, Yana, and then he looks at you, Alarian. But that said, a shield is no good if it's too rigid to be moved. It involves adaptation, and that means it involves listening to others. And finally, he looks at you, Marimé. Marimé was the one I met before any of the rest of you. And as per usual, she's shown that she's got sense. She told you that there's something with that oracle, and you already feel it. She's told you that you can't mess around with it, and you already know that too. The best chance for salvation lies here in this house. Yet the two of you, and he looks back at you, Alarian and Yana, the two of you, 2/5 of the best group I've ever worked with, have decided you're going to yell at each other instead of listening how to work with each other. I will make the decision if it came down to it. But I'm not going to order you either, Alarian, or you, Yana. The only thing I'm going to order you to do is to work together. If you want this Zodor character, who I know a little bit, and I don't know whether to trust them, but I do know that Yana's no fool, and a shifter might know their own. So I am willing to accept that Yana may be right. But Yana, he turns back to you, to go and do this on your own, to make contact with Zodor, and to tell him about the Oracle without talking to us, you don't work for him. Are you a member of the Citadel, or are you a shifter? I know you didn't mean no harm by it, but you've got to think that through, too. And he steps back and he says, compromise, people. Compromise is possible. And if you set yourselves at odds, then you will do exactly what that thing is doing right now. And he points at the Oracle, ripping you apart. Unless you want that to do it to everyone else, then you will for damn sure come to a compromise. Valerian, there's no reason that you can't meet Zodor somewhere else, or at least let the message be communicated to them. And Yana, you can't go behind our backs, even if you're doing it for good reason. The only thing we have in salvation is each other. That's how you saved salvation in the first place. Compromise. And he kind of leans back and he says, now you decide what you want, but you will compromise.
I will meet with Zodor in a place of his choosing if a third party takes the message to him.
So much for
Cross your arms.
compromise.
We can't trust you at this juncture, Yana. He may say one thing, you may come back and say no. I am sorry, but that is my ultimatum.
Without me, you won't talk to him at all. Because I'm not going to give him up to you if you don't trust me.
There are other guards I can go to take a message to him. I don't need you to do this. That is one thing you don't seem to understand. I have talked to Zodor myself, alone. He knows who I am as well. You're not the only conduit to him. I don't understand why you can't understand that.
She looks over at Nisiana and says, I'm sorry for going behind your back, for not telling you what I plan to do, for putting Zodor against and above all of you, and above all, for telling her about the Oracle. I still believe what I did was right. But for the sake of compromise, he should hear your option too. And I promise you, if you let me, I will make sure not only that the message gets to him, but that he to us, so we can decide together. And she looks at Halar.
And Halar looks at Nisiana.
The trust broken is hard to repair. But right now we are in between a very hard place and a very large rock. We have 2 days. 2 days before the train comes, and we don't know what's coming with it. And we know we need to leave on it with that thing. I know you have a certain bias because you are shifters, but I also know Alarian has spoken alone with Zordor. At this point, we have no choice but to speak with Zordor for 2 reasons. One, he and his are in grave danger. Two, he knows about this. I mean, we don't exactly know exactly how much about this he knows, but we kind of need to know. And so my thought is that you take Merime with you and you go speak with Zodor and you create a meeting, and that we will protect this. And she points to Larian. You are our best protector when it comes to this. Tantan and I are exhausted. Merime is exhausted, but she's very persuasive. So knowledge expert stays, Shield stays, the two of you go set up a meeting, and we have to do it soon. Because if it gets out from anyone to Aurelian that you have spoken to Zodor, and Zodor is going to work with you for whatever reason, because she's already attacked us. She sent people after me, Merime and Alarian in the market. He is already in danger. Is that compromise enough?
And so Hilar, oh, sorry. You were saying that, were you saying that last part to Hilar?
I was saying fine to Nisiana.
Okay, gotcha.
And but for the sake of Zodor's trust.
Mm-hmm.
2 broken trusts is too much. Merime? I need to ask that you be blindfolded, at least until I bring you to where Zodor is. I can't give up where he is, and I can't have you know where that location is.
I'm willing to trust you.
Thank you. Then it's agreed. We go together. And this will be resolved.
Yeah.
And I will do what I can to restore your trust in me.
You make sure my sister comes back safe.
And she goes over to Nisiana. And she says, I'm very fond of your sister. And you. And all of you. She'll come back. Promise.
I'll make sure you come back too, Yana. It's a two-way street.
She kind of makes like a purring sound, but...
Just
and you
before...
stay safe.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay. I was just going to say, and you stay safe too. All of you. I don't know what exactly we can expect here, but it's not going to be good.
Before you leave on this journey, which I am amenable to, there's something I don't think, and they look at both Tintin and Yana. There's something I don't think we had the chance to tell you that you should be aware of that may change your perception of this situation. The men that attacked Nisiana and Merime and myself in the market, they were demanding the Oracle, which means Arula knows about the Oracle. It is very possible she may be mobilizing her forces for a strike at us as we speak. So, I hope that you are swift in your journey to Zodor, and I hope that you are persuasive in speaking with him to broker this meeting. For Nisiana is right. It needs to happen soon, and the sooner, the better.
It will. He's closer than you think. As for the other, I'm not sorry about what I did, but I am sorry for going behind your back. And I hope with time we can learn to compromise more often. It's certainly easier than fighting.
Just before you...
I
Sorry.
am not angry that you chose to do this, for I can see in every fiber for being you chose to do what you thought was right. But I think I can speak for all of us here that I am disappointed you did not see fit to come to us first. And I hope that will not become a habit in the future.
She doesn't say anything.
Just before you set out on your various places, I need to have Tanton describe literally what he's looking like and what he's doing as this is going on.
So during the point where everything was really heated and just everybody was yelling back and forth.
Oh, that part.
Yeah. Tangent was basically in the middle of working on a piece of probably a fragment of the Iron Cobra, and working with one of the scales, one of the iron scales, and figuring out how they interlock and everything. And so he has this blue arcane flame that is just like but when everybody starts yelling at each other, he just kind of stops and is just sitting there
with the flame out.
Yeah, just the flame is just constantly going, and he's just looking back and forth as everybody's yelling at each other.
I just adored it.
And then eventually, when everything kind of calms down, he finally goes back to work.
I loved every part of
when
that.
Marimay and I leave, I have one thing to say to her while we're on the journey before we get to.
Before we do that, actually, we are way overdue for a break, but it made no sense to be like, let me just cut in the middle of that. I was not going to do that. So I'm going to present the group of players now two options. One is that we go and just hard stop at 11, which would be 40 minutes from now. Two is that we do a 5-minute break and then come back and go to about 11:15. That's up to what you folks want to do. But we did go way over for our break, and as I say, I'd be doing a bad job if I'm like, well, everyone shut up. We're going to stop now. So,
I think you and I should go have a private meeting away from all these people. I'm going to go do this behind their back, and we can decide what we can do, and then make a decision for the entire party. What do you think?
Into player. So what's the group think? No problem either way. 5-minute break.
I'm fine to keep going. If anybody else wants a break, I'm fine with that too.
Whatever.
Bio break. So y'all can do it.
So let's take a 5-minute. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Right.
So we are. You are watching the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew with Trent Sparks, with Marie Bilodeau, with John Helfers, with Jennifer Brozek, and with Rob Darkside Rob. Please.
And John, don't worry. I hate you just as much as I hate Alaric. No, I'm kidding. That's not true at all.
Please stick with us, crew, and we will be right back to you folks in just a few minutes. Hang tight.
All right.
Okay.
Cheers for everybody.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back with what has been, as I would have expected, actually, a fairly intense session, which is what happens when you have some serious issues being brought up and serious discussions, and when reasonable people disagree and they're exhausted and mad. That's usually how this goes down. But it has been.
You're hangry again. Here, have a Snickers.
Exactly. It's been lovely to see. And
I can't eat.
Oh God, what is that trend?
What the hell is that?
This is naan.
Oh,
okay. I was like, why are you holding a steak and just eating it raw?
Hello, have you met me? No. And this is chicken tikka masala.
Ooh, nice.
Very, very good
nice.
choices.
That makes a lot more sense now.
Which, the point where, as I was telling the ladies, that as Hilar and Ilarion were bringing Tantan back down to the house, and he was like, "Oh, is dinner going to be?" And when Ilarion was like, "You don't order me around," as soon as I heard the word "order," Tantan was going to be like, "Chicken tikka masala," and because I knew this was coming.
His method of acting was so good that he ordered Indian just for this purpose.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Meanwhile, I was eating this ridiculously thick pork chop that was the meal today. So I was like, good, I can have a bite of it. And then I was just like, how the frick do I eat this thing? So it's very good. It's just, geez, that's quite a pork chop. Anyway, but we are back here, and we will be with you folks until about 10 minutes after 11. So I'm noting that for the players as well, so we can keep that in mind. We won't start any big discussions at 11:05, please.
And may I make one quick acting related note as well, just since we're talking about acting real quick?
Very quickly. Yes.
I'll make it very quick because I saw that John was typing it. Yep, acting. So I would like to say again that it is somehow a continuous through line through all of our campaigns together.
Really
that at
is.
some point my character and John's character will come to verbal fisticuffs. Can you say anyway? And the thing that's so funny about that is that yes, we're friends in real life, we're colleagues in real life, and we really don't ever fight ever about anything ever. However, his acting statement leads to a very short, fun story where when I was in college, we were shooting this film, and the cameraman was, because we didn't have a lot of actors, ended up being the actor in the shot that I was filming, and the director was the other actor, and I called action to have the fight start, and the action was just push the guy into the wall and start interrogating him. And so my friend pushes the cameraman into the wall, and he goes, "Ah!" And all of a sudden the director goes, "Whoa, wait, what? Are you okay? Okay, so stop the camera. Are you all right?" And I'm still rolling the camera. I wish I had this shot. And the cameraman just deadpan stops acting and looks at him and goes, "I'm acting." And I swear, I nearly dropped the camera. It was so funny. I was like, this is literally the job that we're doing, and you fucked it up. You fucked it up.
As the director is even more hilarious.
What is wrong with you? You ruined the take.
You ruined it.
Oh, it's funny.
But it is good to see everybody with us in chat. I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. But let us get back to it, folks. We, at the moment, I believe, have a situation where Merame is going to go with Yana to speak to try to find Zonor. In the meantime, Tantan is staying with Ilarion with the Oracle. Correct me if I'm wrong about any of this so far. Nisiana, are you staying with them also, or are you and then falling asleep?
Okay,
presumably?
so Nisiana's exhausted.
Yes.
Because she knows she's kind of the heart of the group. She literally is offering her sister as a step forward to trust again. She dies, Nisiana goes full villain.
Yes.
But after they leave, she basically is going to go over to Spanner, hug his neck, and just kind of start sobbing quietly because she is not used to this kind of stuff at all. She is very tired. She's very emotional, and she's going to cry on the metal puppy because she doesn't know what else to do. And then probably fall asleep. I mean, honestly, that's
with head on Spanner. Is that?
Yeah,
just like,
she's just gonna hold Spanner and be just.
I expect fan art of this immediately, chat. You can deliver it to my private messages in Discord. of
So-
Nisiana weeping on Spanner with Alarian arms folded and Tanton with the flame still
Well, actually,
working on the plates.
There's a couple of things. First of all, Arv,
Okay.
that comment you told us at the beginning of the session before we started, I scoff at it, just to let you know.
Mhm.
Where you thought we'd end up by the end of the session, I scoff at that.
No,
And-
I'm still okay.
Well, it ain't happening, so whatever. Anyways, the point being, so Alarian, when they leave, they went to the door and kind of looked out there and didn't move until they heard Nisiana start to cry on Spanner.
Ah.
And then they go over and kneel down, which still means she's still looming over her.
Yeah.
And very gently places a hand on her shoulder.
She doesn't say anything. She just lets it out because one, this is the first real war she's been in. Two, she watched a bunch of people die. Three, she has no magic left. And four, she just sent her sister into danger with someone she doesn't know for sure she can trust. So extremely emotional right now.
Alarian doesn't say anything. They just have the hand there and just sit, basically, almost like he's entered guardian mode, the sentry mode, but not quite.
Aw.
You can tell
That's sweet.
still there.
Aw.
Are you going to stay on Spanner because? Yeah.
Well, Spanner, I mean, I'm hoping Spanner will actually settle down a little bit so I can hold him. But if he doesn't, eventually I'm just basically going to slump against the wall and go to sleep because
Well, actually, if you start to do that, Alarian actually will pick you up gently, very gently, and look over at Halar. I need to make a bed for her, please. I'm assuming he has some sort of pallet or something, a blanket that we can put her into a corner and have her rest.
I just thought of bed mode for Transformer. Like just into the, you know.
I didn't take that subclass of, this, you know.
They have like a bedroom, like bedroom bot, which is like the 5 parts of the bed. Anyway, sorry, that's a.
Whose name is Catnap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, outstanding. Anyway,
and I don't think she's as young as Yana, but Nisiana is young. She is not. She is still on the whole naive side of things.
Yeah. Yana is 18, but she's also, like I said, her knowledge comes from her instincts. And that
Yeah.
doesn't always double as intelligence, but it definitely helps.
Sure. You heard that from
Nisiana
Halar, by the way. Anyway.
Was 18, but she was aged to 20.
Yeah, no, I know. Now I'm the youngest one in the party, but that no one else knows that yet because you haven't. Do you even know? Do you even
No,
realize?
I mean, I felt something happened, but I don't actually know I've been aged by 2 years
Right.
because of what happened to the gray.
So
And
does
thankfully,
Halar-
in that age range, no one else can tell either. So.
does Halar get something ready for her? He's kind of, they're looking at him while they said.
Yeah, I mean Halar sort of comes over. He's been waiting, and sort of literally watching as the party work these things through, and then comes over to Nisiana and he says, "Why don't you come over here and lie down? Maybe if Tanton doesn't mind, you can have Spanner come right next to you and lie down too." And then he comes over to Tanton just quickly and says, "Tanton," like as in the. he has to step back.
He's learning. That's good.
Yeah.
That's
He has
good.
to step back to allow for that moment, right? I have this image that you do that, and the flame is like right on this. So
The old safety videos from the 50s where the guy walks up behind the dude is welding.
Exactly. Oh my god. So anyway, so he does that, and then he's just like, Nisiana's kind of having a rough time. Do you think you could have Spanner go over by the bed and just lie down next to it? Would you mind doing that?
Oh. And he looks over at Spanner, like, just clicks his tongue once, and Spanner looks over, and he's like, and
Okay.
he just makes a hand gesture, and Spanner walks over
Okay.
and lays down.
And then, so Halar comes back to you, Nisiana, and says, how about you get some rest?
And that is when Alarian will lie her on the pallet or blanket or whatever. Very, very gently.
She will curl up, a hand on the puppy, whom has saved her life multiple times, and is basically, I'm starting a long rest unless we get interrupted.
And
actually, hold on. Before that,
go ahead. Go ahead.
As you're drifting off, Nisiana, you hear Alarian say, "I will watch over you as well. No harm will come to anyone in this house while I am here."
Thank you. Oh.
Let us jump to
Actually,
Mermaid.
do something. Hold on. Do something real quick. It'll take 30 seconds.
Okay.
And then Alarian goes over and stands over Tanton and clears his throat. Their throat.
You need me to look at that?
He is not the only one who needs rest. You should get some sleep too. The next day or so is going to be very difficult, and we need you at your best. You can tinker with that in the morning.
But I have it now.
And it will be here when you awaken in the morning too.
Are you sure of that?
Yes, I am.
It's not. Can I disassemble you?
No, you may not.
Well, then what incentive is there for me to do?
I already told you to watch over the pieces of your whatever it is you're doing here.
Well, there's a piece.
You can explain to me in the morning after you slept. Go get some rest. Please.
Stuffs it in the bag of holding, goes over and uses it as a pillow. Muttering something about somebody coming in and stealing his tools while he's working.
Please tell me that right before you drift off, like we're just about to pan out Tiana Mermaid, and all of a sudden you're like, as the flame finally goes out, because you've had it the whole time, like,
right.
My kingdom for Mage Hand to sneak the bag out from under his head, but I can't do
Yes.
that.
Okay, I've got Mage Hand too. I'll take it back. That's not a problem.
Now, since I do not want a battle of mage hands right now,
Do we need another tug of war in this little bit?
I can't do it.
Halar's house is not big enough for all of these
No, clearly.
instances of...
I am going to move us outside to Merame and Tiana.
Oh,
now,
good. Oh, good. Yep.
Good. To move us outside to Merame and Yana. So, Yana, you now you can obviously bring Merame not to all the way to the place, but you can bring.
I want to bring her up to the edge of the town.
Right, I was going to say.
I need to say something to her.
Yep, I was going to say that's fine. So you can bring her there, and then I'll head things over to you with a reminder that I want to make sure we're moving at a relatively decent pace through this. So just
Yes, of course. I'll make it quick. I need. She's the only person I haven't talked to from the party, so I kind of have to. And there is definitely something I need to say to her. So
I'm singing gently as we're heading off.
Merame, yeah.
What?
Merame?
Yes, Yana?
I want you to know something. Back in the house there, Alarian, I'm almost sure at this point hates me, questioned me as to whether I'm a shifter or a member of this party. I want to make something clear. I am your friend. I'm all your friends. And I'm especially fond of you and your songs. And your brightness. And how even the worst negative can be a positive. That's not who I am. But I'm going to try and take some tips from you, maybe? How to be more like that? It's a much kinder existence. But I also need to be clear about something. While I am for all of you, I'm still a shifter. And that will always make me different. And while you can trust me, me being a shifter is what makes me who I am. And I think Zodor reminded me that. It's something I haven't had in a while. Something I've felt like I've been missing. Someone who just knows who I am, knows what I am. My heart's good, Marimay. But I will always be a shifter. And I need to know that that's okay.
Did I ever tell you how I got my instrument? And she holds up her lyre, which looks like the shape of a hook.
No, I don't think you did.
Like I mentioned earlier, I get these visions sometimes. It's something that the Kalashtar do, and we're expected to. It's more than that, and I'll tell you about it. But when I get them, I follow these visions because they led me to Nisiana, so I have to believe they're good. And I saw this hook in my dream, and on it was the name of a small town. And it was in the war. It was a small town, but I could see the sign, and it seemed safe. And my dreams led me to my sister. So I thought I need to follow this to see what else I can find. And I found the town, and it was beautiful. I remember a perfect day, perfect sun, and the sign gently moving in the wind. And just as my eyes fell on it, I'm not sure what happened. It was an attack from one of the sides. The whole town was on fire. There was screaming, and I don't remember all of it. But I know that I only survived, I think, through sheer luck. I don't know why I ended there to a town just to witness its death. But I took this hook when I was badly hurt afterwards, and I made an instrument out of it. And I met Halar right after that. He saved me, if I'm honest. I would have been dead. And this instrument here reminds me that I'm Kalashtar, and this will give me visions and dreams and things that might be dangerous and want me to get lost somewhere. And my sister reminds me that there's a lot of hope and goodness in this world that's worth fighting for, no matter who needs my help. And my sword, that's a decision that I've made because I don't want to just be Kalashtar and someone who's expected to always follow those dreams, to fight with those. They're not dreams, if I'm honest. They're just tapping into collective visions of basically the Kori, great entities. And I don't want to be the person who just gets lost in those dreams. I want to be the person who holds a sword and isn't afraid to stand up to someone and bring whatever I need to, justice, hope, fear, with my hands, and not with only the mind and the dreams that make me Kalashtar. So when you tell me that you're a shifter, I understand, because I'm not. Well, I'm different too, and I've made choices. But I know one thing, though, is the more you open up to others, the more they'll get to know you for who you are, no matter what you were born as. And if you want to be something a little bit refined or a little bit different than what you are now, then each small decision will let you become who you want to become too. And I'm happy to help you in that in any way that I can, even if it's just singing a song while you sit there and ponder. That's fine. That's what friends do.
I just want to know who I am, Merime. I just want to know who I am. And she kind of, holds her head down a little bit, and she's not crying, but she's very close to it, because she's sort of realizing just how much she's hurt everybody. But she doesn't feel as bad as she thinks she should. She just can't. She kind of looks back up at Merime and goes, I will always be a shifter, but I also will always be your friend. That's all I care about.
And that's who I know you to be for now. You're my friend, and that's good enough for me.
And again, without like any kind of restraint to it, just sort of like on instinct, she hugs Merime.
Mermaid happily hugs back. There is no hesitation.
And as soon as that embrace is over, and she leans back, there's a sudden moment where Yana just catches herself, and it's like the wind gets knocked out of her. And Mermaid, you can see this happen, but her feet buckle, her legs buckle, and all of a sudden she just drops to the ground and falls on her back. And inside of her head, Yana hears this. Run, Yana. Run. Run with your shifters. Run with your pack. Find them.
I mean,
and she briefly sees images of other shifters running with her. And she knows this image, but she can't place it. And after what feels like 1 second or 1,000 minutes, she realizes she's looking up at the sky. And all she goes is, what? Well, what just happened?
Merime is beside you on her knees and just like, and she's talking to you telepathically because that's what she will default to when she is in, like, you just fell all of a sudden. Are you okay? Did I hug you too hard?
Merime, I saw something. I saw something.
What did you see?
It felt real. Like, I don't know, but it felt like freedom. Just endless feeling of freedom. Like home. And she sort of gets up and brushes herself off and kind of remembers that she's here in Salvation and is like, we should go. I have to blindfold you. I'm sorry. I don't want to do it, but I have to. I have to for Zordor.
Okay, and I'll just put my hands on your shoulders to kind of steady you because you're kind of freaking out a little. I'll be like, I trust you to blindfold me. And I also trust you to tell us when something happens or if ever you feel the need to run towards that freedom, because we're your friends. And friends need to tell each other these things because I'm not sure what's happening, but we are here for you.
I don't know what it means either. I don't know what it means either, but it feels real. It felt familiar?
In a good way?
Like one of your songs.
Some of them aren't that great, but I mean, most are.
And she
most
just
are
opens
good.
her eyes and kind of goes,
Okay, they're awesome, but don't just promise me you won't just go off after them. We're in this together. Whatever it is that's trying to tug at your heart.
I don't know what they mean yet, but I know one thing. They're coming more often. And I don't know what they mean.
Since we're in the gray,
But they're only good. I think. I never told you, or anyone, how I ended up with all of you. I was drowning. I was drowning as one person, and I floated back up another. Alda saved my life. But some days I don't know what he saved. Who he saved. That feeling. I know that feeling. And it's not Yana's. It's mine. I need to know what this means. But I'm not ready to tell everybody else yet. We need to go. We need to go. We need to go. We need to go talk to Zordor.
Thank you for telling me. And let's figure it out together. You help me figure out the visions, and I'll help you figure this out.
Deal.
Deal.
Okay. Okay. And she finds a piece of cloth, and she tries to do it the softest, most gentlest way she knows how. Yeah, exactly. And then she's like,
That's my neck.
And the tragic turn of events. Like,
Somebody said we were going to get presents ready, and I mentioned garrots. Here it comes. This is it.
Absolutely, go full villain.
and after she's put the blindfold on, she just takes Merame's hand and says, I got you.
I trust you. And then
And they set off.
You can feel that I've got the link kind of
Yeah.
between us. Like,
Yeah.
let's, if we need to talk, we can.
Yes. And we set off towards Gotta go to Moe's.
When you get to Big Moe's, as it were, the Colossus head remains there, and there's the pile of debris nearby, which is where you originally went down to find this. And as you lead Merame over, blindfolded, there's a moment where you come over and you look down at the same thing where like the debris was pulled like as a lever,
right?
Right. And you can sort of see that down in the same spot. And so, do you want to? I mean, that's what you see below.
I bring her inside and I take the blindfold off, and then I'm gonna go to the same place.
Okay.
If we can get inside, I want to take her to the same place and do the same whistle that I heard before.
Okay, so you got to pull the lever though. I just want to make sure because that's outside. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you pull the lever, there's a moment where you do that, and you hear a voice behind you saying, "I thought they made it clear, Yana. No one else was supposed to come here. He told you that himself." And that voice is very familiar. It's not Zodor's. It sounds like the guard that accompanied you here in the first place.
She turns around.
And you can see the guard is there along with someone else, and they have their swords drawn, and he looks most displeased. And he says, what do you think you're doing?
I wasn't given a choice. After I told my friends what I did, they insisted on making parley with Zodor. The only way that I would allow it is if I brought their message back here via my friend, blindfolded, so that I wouldn't expose this place or you. They will not listen to me. But the only compromise I could come to was to let Zodor hear what they have to say too, and decide which course of action he wants to take. For himself, and for all of you, and for the sake of salvation. If there was any other way, I would have taken it. For Zodor's sake, and his faith in me. I got overruled. I don't want to see you all die. And I'm trying to do everything I can to make sure we'll all be safe. All of us.
Make a persuasion check.
Zodor needs to hear what Merime and Alarian and Nisiana and Hilar and even Tantan have to say.
Make a persuasion check for me, please. Yeah.
I will ping Yana mentally and say, that's very good, you've got this. And you get my last D6, I guess, because we don't have level 5 yet, do we? Or is it
yeah. Technically, I would say D6, because you're kind of in the middle of level 5. I'd like you at least get a long rest before we get these things.
Perfect. So my last D6 of inspiration is yours, if you need it.
All right. Okay, let's let's see what happens.
I'm like cheering you on in your head. Yeah, Yana! Oh, it's very distracting.
I'm gonna take it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very
So
distracting.
it's a 1d6?
Yep.
1d6.
Because I got a 12, so it's a 1d6.
It's going to be like a 6 you're going to get on it too.
Oh god, don't say that.
You don't even need to roll it.
He kind of does. Though.
Just accept it, Arv. It's all
just
good.
to be clear, he does.
What's...
So it's a 15.
So he looks at you and his eyes kind of narrow, and then he says, I'm going to walk down with you and your companion here, Merime. And if you so much as breathe in the wrong direction at Zodor, her life is forfeit, and then yours. And like at that point, the guy comes up, the sword goes away, and a knife comes up to Merime's throat. Now, not like pull back the hair, but just sort of like a very clear, like, you play this wrong, and that's it.
I am not worried.
I am sorry that it had to be this way. I will follow your lead.
And so he nods down to the guy who pulls the lever as you were about to pull it, and follows you down. And Merime, you were led down by them. You can feel, and the person is definitely not being rough with you, but you can, every so often, there's just the slight tickle of a, sharpness against just the edge of your throat. Yes, in an attempt to make you laugh. No, that's not what's happening. Yes. And
he's got to make a good show of it. I get it. I'm a performer.
and brings you
That's how he's doing
down
his job.
to the corner and does the same,
I'll give him a tip.
three like whistles up.
Hold the blade like this. It's much more effective.
And then I'm thinking of the from Space Seed in the original Star Trek, where Khan holds a knife to McCoy's throat, and McCoy at one point is just like, where am I? The classic Ricardo Montalban, right? And McCoy is just like, you're in the sick bay holding a knife to your doctor's throat. And he's just like, tell me what I want to know. McCoy is like, it would be most effective if you slit the carotid artery just behind the right ear. And Khan's like, I like a brave man, and like takes the knife away. It's so funny because how many times does McCoy get
to do it?
Yeah. How many times does McCoy get to be a badass? Like anyway, so you were led down.
Doesn't have to be a badass. He is a badass.
That's true. That's true. Just by definition. The whistles happen. The response whistle comes, and then they bring you in. And you can see that on the rough table there is a map that has been spread out. And actually, Yana, you can kind of recognize this as a map which used to hang, you might remember, behind the table in the old hideout. But this one now, the edges of it are scorched and burned. And some of it has been burned away. And it's on the table, and there are several pins in it. And as you come in, he looks up, and sort of his eyes widen as he sees you and Maramé. And he kind of stands up and folds his arms, and the guard, with his knife to Maramé's throat, shrugs, and Zodor just stares at you, Yana.
I know. Wasn't supposed to be this way. But I didn't tell you something when I came here last. My friends didn't know I came here. I spoke for them without their permission. And in order to make amends, they offer a counter-proposal. And they wish to meet with you in a neutral location of your choosing. That's why Maramé is here. Because they didn't trust me to send that message. And I swear to you, Zodor, I didn't want to be standing in this room again. But I have to let them speak to you. They think my idea foolish. And they may be right. But it's for you to decide which road to take. Not me. But I will say this. I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. And for your people. And I betrayed 2 families today. And for that I am truly sorry.
And he has his arms folded, and then his eyes flicker over to the guards, and he says, "Take off her blindfold. She doesn't need it here. You can leave." And the other guard's like, "Zodor, I said you can leave. I'll deal with this." And the guard, who at this point looks like he wants to basically, eat the walls, like he's so irritated. This is the classic, like,
Yana just turns around and goes,
this, like, yeah, exactly. The drill. It's always the bodyguard who's always like, "God damn it, stop it!" Like it's like nobody ever listens to the bodyguard.
The captain is not supposed to be part of the away team.
Yeah,
if he wants to eat the wall, I'm sure that Maramé could soften it up for him.
Yes, I bet so. Exactly.
I'm out of spell slots.
Wait, you're the Shatterer of Salvation. I know you.
I'm just going to sleep for 8 hours and tell you exactly what I think after.
But as soon as I wake up from this extended nap, you're going to get such a...
You just wait for it.
I'm going to remodel this room so bad.
So the guard, after looking, just, pulls the knife away and, turns and stalks out. And
Yana
also
goes up against the wall and just sits down and just leaves the 2 of them together. She doesn't want to be a part of this.
And I should say the guard does take off the blindfold first, Maramé, so you're able to see what I described about the map and everything. And Zodor kind of lifts his head and he's... All right. So you've come back with her. And he's saying this to you, Marame, and says, they didn't trust Yana to come on her own. I can't imagine why. It seems like Yana was so extremely trustworthy. Sounds fairly angry.
Wanted to make sure that you weren't going to sacrifice yourself when we could help you.
I don't exactly know what help you're going to be able to give, since this sacrifice, the minute I chose to help, I was already sacrificing many things. What is it that you want to tell me?
We can start soft, and if you want to meet with all of us, you could choose a place of your choosing, and we could meet and discuss a plan, but we want to help you take Elurin down, basically.
And he says, you want to take Elurin down? And when I explained to Yana, and I assume, or maybe I should at least hope, that Yana told you that Elurin is powerful and has tentacles everywhere in Salvation. There could be a quarter of the people, a third on her payroll, I don't know. It means that it's not as simple as getting together a pitched battle, and you don't have the time to spend months here figuring out who works for her. That's why I offered to do what I can do, and that's provide a distraction, some way to at least get her off of you. If you go to open war with her, you guarantee that the town is going to be torn apart.
I did tell them that.
And his eyes just kind of, for 2 seconds, his eyes flicker to you, and then just right back to Marame, and is just you are the bard of the group, the musician, the one who can communicate to them. But you weren't able, I guess, to communicate that. This isn't a war, not a traditional one anyway, and you can't win it the normal way. His anger, you would guess, Marame, is kind of mixed. He clearly seems kind of pretty pissed off at Yana. But you also get the impression that he's, expressing what he believes to be true.
That's fair. Well, then how can we help you before we leave to make sure that this doesn't spill over too much on your people? How can we help you with this distraction to make sure that as many of you survive?
There. You can perhaps help. And he points down at the map, and he points at a few areas around town. And he says, you see these things? These are spots, choke points, if you will. You need to rally this town. If Salvation wants to be saved, it's going to need to do something other than rely on the people that were supposed to be helping to save it. That already cost Sheriff her life. And it very nearly cost all of yours from the way that Yana described it. So if you want to be a real help, it's time you tell the people of this town to help themselves. Rally them. Even Elurin can't stand up against all of them, and she's not going to destroy a place that she wants to rule. If you can get the townspeople to make distractions, some of the people you've already helped, here and here, and you can see that he's pointing to what roughly looks like, Marame, the market, and maybe the church and the inn, and there are several key spots around the town that you can see have been pointed out. And he says, if you can help in these spots, then you might be able to save these people. And trust me, and now his eyes flicker back to you, Yana. Trust me, this is the most likely way that I'm going to survive. I am much less likely to be in danger this way than to go into some kind of meaningless, ridiculous, all-out war that I can't win. If you want to take down
she steps up and she gets up and says, and I tried to tell them that.
And he kind of so he looks at you and
she says that with both desperation and admiration.
He looks at you, and then he turns back to you, Marimé, and he says, I've talked to one other of you separately. Ilarion Starforged. I have a feeling he's the one, if I had to guess, that doesn't like this idea.
Ilarion doesn't.
Go ahead, Marimé.
Ilarion doesn't like the idea of anybody going to throw themselves and potentially kill themselves when they can help.
And
it doesn't come from a place of mistrust. It comes from a place of wanting to protect.
And he nods and he says, I'm sure. I believe you. I got that impression from him too. But this, what he's asking you to do, this is not helping. What will help is rallying the people. That's what'll help.
Well, then what do you need us to have them do when?
These people don't trust me, but they do trust you. Get them to create problems. Garunda there works in the market. So does Arulin. Tell Garunda to make the market a place Arulin's not going to want to spend time. Get Mother Johanna there if she's not busy in her various crusades against us. Send her out and see what she can do to rally those people that pretend they're religious, and see if they can get some people there to start tracking down Arulin's people. See if you can get whatever's left of the law in this town, that person that they put into place there, whoever the new one is, Whist, that's working with Sheriff. Get Whist to do some stuff too. You spent all this time running around and helping these people, whether or not they deserved it. It's time that they pay up the debts that they've created from you. That will help.
I can help, but under one condition, if I may.
He doesn't say anything, he just looks at you.
I will tell them who is trying to help them, and I will give them your name.
I want this plan to work. And if you tell them my name, they might not trust it. Whether or not they know it. I'll save these miserable people from themselves if I have to. And
They deserve to know who's saving them. And you are a better man than you give yourself credit, Zodor.
And he clearly is just like, fine, but no more ultimatums, no more anything else. Either they do this or I'm gone. If this doesn't work, if they're not willing to go this way, if we stick with this pitched battle or else, I'm out. And you'll have to figure some other way to get that damned thing out of town.
That sounds fair. And we really do appreciate all that you're doing for them. And they definitely should be grateful for what you do. And it won't be about making it just about you and how salvation owes you. It will be about them knowing that they have an ally in you. And that's important. Trust a bard to get the messaging to them.
And when you say trust a bard, you notice that like just a moment of slight smile crosses his face, just for a moment, and just like, which is unusual for Zodor, and then trust a bard. Well, it won't be the most insane thing I've done today.
That's the spirit.
And he says, can you, and he points to you, Marimé, and then he looks over at you, Yana, and he says, can the two of you get the rest of them to go along with it?
Yes.
Looks at you, Marimé.
Yep. If it's the best thing to do to keep everyone as safe as possible and to keep salvation free of Illyrian, then yes.
And he sort of lifts
I
his
know
head.
Illyrian isn't gonna like this. He's as dense as a rock sometimes. But I did what I did because I know you're right, Zodor.
And
this is not a normal fight. And it's not one I think we can win. Not now. But maybe soon. I believe in us. I believe in what we're doing. I can't make Illyrian see. He thinks I'm a child and a fool. and I'm neither. I just am who I am. And I don't want to see people die, but I know that might happen. All I want is for us to survive.
And he sort of takes a deep breath and he says, I still don't know exactly what your group is. I don't believe you just came here as prospectors. But whatever you are, at least it's clear you give a damn about someone other than yourself. And that makes you better than most of the people in Salvation, as far as I can tell. So I'm not doing this for them. I'm going to do it for you two, and those other three. And most important, I'm going to do it because it's worth doing. Now you have precisely 15 seconds to get out of here before I realize what an insane buffoon I've become. Get out of here and tell them that when the train arrives, we'll be ready. You be ready too.
Thank you. And please don't mention the Oracle to anyone else. It is dangerous.
And he says, while you're at it, please don't mention where I am. And he looks right at you, Yana, again.
I have told no one.
I have no clue where we are. She doesn't lie to you.
And he just kind of is like, fine, get out. I have work to do.
Thank you. We'll get everyone set up on our end.
And he nods. And as the two of you leave, the last thing,
I need to say one thing.
hurry,
When we
he's
leave,
serious.
when we leave, I back out and keep looking right at him. And I don't break eye contact with him the entire time I walk back out. And if he's really looking, he can see that there are tears in my eyes.
I think that's reasonable. And I think as you mount the stairs, maybe your last look would be, I suppose, we zoom the camera out a little bit, and the last thing you see is him, we see is him looking back down at the map. He picks up another pin and puts it directly in the center over where he stands, like where, in the Big Mo area, and looks down and rubs the back of his neck and says, You're a fool. You are a fool, Zodor.
Fully justified, prudent fool.
But at least you're an honest one. And he puts the pin down on the map, and we put a pin in the end of the session. So, right directly into Tantan. No! A massive pin comes down.
This was
So, good stuff, folks.
so awesome.
Good stuff, folks. Very, very, very good stuff. And it does set us up that we will, I think, be able to move next session. We'll go forward, which is fine. I expected this was going to work that way. Yeah, that's going to be the deal. Or the king will rise from the water. No,
Yes.
no, it's fine. The king will come from the water.
Step off the train.
The king comes out of the sand.
The king comes out of the sand. Oh man, this was excellent work, everybody. Very, very good role play on multiple levels, both active role play and passive role play. Role play, I shouldn't say passive, but role play that didn't involve even talking. Role play where people were present in the moment, and that's very difficult to do sometimes for role players to be very connected to what's going on. even when they're not speaking themselves. And I think everybody was fully invested in that, which was great to see. And I think chat got a treat with that, because this is one of those deals where it's easier to role play when it feels like no one is really wrong, right? There's no real obvious, well, of course you obviously do X, Y, Z. Like, from the perspective of these people, it's reasonable to go in these different directions. And I very much appreciated the visual of seeing this group, which is learning to work together and making both individual
and
bonds
failing
with
at
each
it
other.
miserably.
No,
I'm kidding.
individual bonds with each other, but also bonds, remembering that they are working as part of the King's Citadel, and the fact that at certain points they had to be reminded, of the fact that they've got to also work together, and the fact that they're willing to do that at certain points. So, very, very lovely, very good role play, and a lot of good areas there. I will go in reverse order. I will start with Rob. Rob, excellent stuff from Yana. I think that obviously it makes sense that Yana is going to feel this connection, and obviously has developed this connection with Zodor. The joking aside about the fact that you always have to fight with John's characters, which it does come out that way. But I think
Yes.
It's good to see an example of people who recognize that there are conflicting loyalties and can accept that they did maybe the right thing, but also feel bad about it, and also feel like they are stuck in a certain spot. And I found myself feeling bad for Yana, in that there is a certain point where, like, Zodor's pissed at her, Alarian and some of the crew is pissed at her, and Yana's really trying to do the best she can in difficult circumstances. But that too, chat and everyone, is part of real life, and it is sometimes what happens when you're trying to do the right thing and you are stuck between extremes, and the extremes themselves aren't wrong as such. So I think it was very good, mature role play on your part. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, I was feeling really good when I came into this session. Now I feel like, someone was saying this is very therapeutic. I'm like, I need therapy. This was wonderful. As I've said a lot of times, the thing that's so interesting about this group is that Yana is maybe the most outsider of all the people in the group. And she feels that. She exudes that. She lives that. She is very aware that not only is she the only shifter, but being a shifter makes her whole way of approaching things different than what the rest of the King's Citadel would do. And although she's been recruited by, the King's Citadel to, defend the Star League against Zur and the Kodan Armada, it's really hard. It's just really hard sometimes to square that with the fact that she's a shifter, she's a shaman, and she's an outsider. And also, she's got a big problem in that she's not sure she's entirely whole, for multiple reasons, dealing with the shaman stuff and dealing, with Altus and trying to figure out about that, and trying to find out what these visions and these feelings and these memories or whatever they are rolling through her head when they keep coming up, because she dealt with something incredibly traumatic, and she on some level realizes she shouldn't even be alive. Like, it's very complicated for her. And while, there's this sense to be, beating to the, marching to the beat of a greater drum, she doesn't really believe it. She doesn't really believe what Alarian stands for. She wants to aspire to it, but I don't think she does not see the world the same way Alarian does. And Alarian, rightly and wrongly, has his perspective, but sees her youth as a way of, tipping that scale in the wrong direction in their point of view. Sorry, getting the pronouns wrong. And it's very hard for her, because I think, yes, she's young, but I think she said exactly what she meant. She, her instincts drive her decision making. The unfortunate part was that, her decision making was as a shifter, not as a member of a party. And in doing so, she, as she said at the end there, she betrayed two families. But I think ultimately she may be proven right in why she did it, even if the reason for doing it wasn't entirely well constructed because of youth and fear and instinct and pressure and all of the things going on, and just wanting to get everybody out of here to someplace safe where we can try to figure out what we're dealing with. And she's right. She's not a fighter. She's a hunter. She's a tracker. She's a, you know, she can fight when she needs to. But all out blows to blows combat with a gigantic force, that's not her. And she knew that's what Ilarion was going to suggest. And she didn't want to see that happen to Zodor. She didn't want to put him in that situation to fling himself onto somebody else's sword. It's really rough. Again, you know, it makes her feel very alone. And I think that's why she needed to have that moment with Merime too, because I think Merime is maybe the only person who is really trying to understand her, and it means a lot to her. And she is incredibly torn up about what happened between her and Zodor. So I hope that there will come a chance that can be repaired, but she also knows that this is bigger than both of them. So I don't know. This was rough as hell. This was rough as hell, but I made an outsider character for a reason, and I would be remiss if I didn't play her that way. And I you know, I fully expect and I'm committed to being fair to the party and to the campaign and to the overall story we're trying to tell here too. But she is who she is, and I think we learned a lot about her tonight and what she stands for. We certainly know what Ilarion stands for, and they're different. And Hilar was right; they need to compromise. And so, yeah, that was tough to play, but it was also really exciting to play. It may be some of the best RP I've had the privilege of being able to do on this channel. So,
it's good stuff, man. Where are the fine folks going to see you next?
In a coma from this campaign. I'm gonna need a long rest after this, but then tomorrow I'll be back on my channel doing some Elden Ring playthrough on my stream, twitch.tv/DarksideRob, RAHB. You can also find my work on Instagram, on Bandcamp, and on YouTube. And I will be releasing new audiobooks soon, and working on audiobooks and working on music and putting out a lot of different fun audio content over the next couple of days and weeks. So definitely come by my channel, hit me up with a follow, hit me up on the social media, and keep an eye out for what I'm working on. I think you guys are really gonna like it. And once again, I know that this is probably understood by everybody, but RP is hard, good acting is hard, getting in touch with your emotions, being really on top of your character and interacting with people at this level it can be very raw and very rough sometimes, but we're all friends. We all understand what we're doing here, and we all love each other, I think. You know, or like each other, can stand each other, marginally okay with each other's existence, can be in a room, maybe in the same building, maybe in separate rooms, I don't know, maybe in the same city, possibly state, country. I think we get along very well, and yeah, I love these people very much, and I love doing this show, and I can't wait to see where all this goes next.
Good stuff. Thanks, Rob. Good work tonight. I also want to highlight something for Jen, that I thought that Jen's moment with Nisiana was both surprising and really, really lovely. It was a moment that I think highlighted for everybody. It was a different voice in the room. I was reminded very much of things like The Ring. I think obviously The Ring has always been a powerful example of what happens when an enormously powerful artifact is available to people and can't be possessed by everyone at the same time. Side note, this is the reason why love is more important than any of those things, because love is infinite, whereas these other things are limited. But in any case, so I've always thought of the Oracle as a proxy for this. And so when Nisiana, so here's this fight, right, of everybody having it, and Nisiana jumping in with her voice broken and really pushed to the edge, and because of the stuff with her sister, very lovely, Jen, really, really well handled. And I thought it was a really nice extra voice, because otherwise it did feel a little bit like, here is, Alarion and Yana just sort of blah 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 blah, and even Merime stepping in, which lasted for about 2 seconds, and then they're like blah 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 blah, and they're right back at it. So Nisiana's moment there was really, really nice, and then the fact that Hilar, Yana looks over to Hilar, and Hilar looks over to Nisiana, because Hilar, as I hope is evident by now, really clearly does respect this party very much, but was like, yo, I'm the decider, actually, but, doesn't want to be that kind of a person, doesn't want to be like, I'm going to do, and wanted to hand things back over to Nisiana, who had struck him in the same way. And I think you could even see that with the way that Alarion then lifts Nisiana, puts on the bed, how Hilar goes over, talks to Tantin. Tantin asks Spanner to go over because he's asked to. But I mean, the point is like, Spanner and Nisiana's relationship with Spanner. So just a lot of lovely moments that I think really culminated in this feeling of people feeling very connected to Nisiana. And I thought that was well done. So good work, Jen. How did you feel about the session tonight? Where will the fine folks find you next?
It is kind of hard being the heart of the group. And that is, I'm a healer. I'm playing a healer. If you know me in real life, sometimes I can be a bit acerbic and a little bit scary. Sometimes I'm an editor as well. I have that moment. But I actually think the most surprising thing was when Yana turned to Nisiana and basically asked her what she thought. Mm-hmm. Because at that point, I hadn't clicked that they had that connection, and especially since the trust was broken, and Nisiana being naive, flat out naive. She is the Hobbit in here. She's the one who thinks everybody's going to do the right thing and not make the mistakes, and I really had to think very quickly. To answer both Yana and Hilar. Yeah. Because you did great. Thank you. I would like a little less of the outsider, because that is hard to play to try and bounce off of. But I understand we're all coming from different points of view, and this is one of the things where I'm like, okay, Nisia's going to be a healer. What is the thing to show that she's going to be a healer? She is going to have her sister go do something incredibly fucking dangerous. And y'all think I'm joking when I'm like, I will go full villain if my sister dies.
Yeah, no, I believed you.
That's the origin story, straight up.
I will go and be on Alarion's side.
That's why I said it was basically like the one thing I didn't say. I was like, there was no way I was going to let anything happen to her, and I stopped short, but because I didn't think it needed to be said. But I was just saying, anything happens to her, I will fight tooth and nail to defend her. Like I will. She's not going down without me going down too. So
I'm trying very hard to work towards ideals that are almost damn near impossible to fulfill and be human or be sentient at the same time. So it's like, okay, let me be the heart, let Alarion be the shield, let Tantin be the brain, let Merime be the morale, let Yana be that person who looks outside the lines. Let us all be what we need for each other. So yeah, it was tough, but it was fun. And like I said, if I ever cry on stream, I used to LARP. I did a lot of vampire LARPing. I can cry on cue if I really need to. So thank you all. It was very good. We will get Yana into the group, and actually we will make her part of us. Just
Look, I had tears. I had tears like bubbling in the corners of my eyes tonight too. This was not easy. This was, but I think it needs to happen so we can move forward.
Yeah,
Because the hardest stuff is yet to come.
It is. Wait until you get to Sharn, because you think this shit is hard. Wait until you get to fucking Sharn. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Wait until you get
confirm.
the difficulty and the crowding.
I think Yenna's going to be dying to go back to the gray when she gets to a little Sharn.
Yeah,
I'm gonna remember you said that. I'm gonna remember you said that, John.
Part was Alarian dad. That was unexpected. I mean, Spanner, Trent and I both, we work really close together to help with this character, and I'm like very excited about Spanner, and he's very indulgent of that. But John going dad on both of us because we desperately needed it was very nice.
Yeah.
So that's what I think about tonight, and I would like to remind everybody that I do have a brand new Shadowrun novel out called Elfin Black.
Yes.
And on the 28th, we will have a charity game with Marie Bilodeau as the GM. And you think she's good in this game? Oh my God, she is an amazing GM. And we are going to be Eurovision meets Waterdeep. And we're here to support the Hero Initiative. So I hope you all come out and watch us play. And for those of you interested, my husband's actually playing in this game. So you will meet the husband, and he's playing a very interesting character. Shauna Maguire is also in it. And then Jake, who was part Brahms, who was part of Neverwind with me.
Yay, Brahms.
And John and Marie, we're all back together again. So please
Very
come.
cool. Yeah.
And thank you. This was a very intense game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, if anybody's interested, the very first session, the first season, cost King Citadel 700 gold and 6 silver.
Just in healing costs. We're not even talking security.
Well, any kind of group.
The insurance is murder. It just,
Those premiums, man. Those premiums.
Well, it sounds like we should sell off some of Tanton's scavenging.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that to Tanton. He created Spanner. I have stars in my eyes. Misiana's just
How much is that brain worth?
I
he
love
can
it.
do no wrong.
I love it. Thanks, Jen. Good stuff tonight, as I said. Thank you. And also, John, Alarian had a chance to do some of the same stuff. Alarian had some really, really interesting moments there. And I think, I was struck by, when Alarian started doing that, I was like, interesting. And then we got into this whole, how dare you, sir? How about you? Type of thing. And it was interesting to me to see Alarian go through that and then follow up with that with apologies, of course, to any who might be offended by the use of the term human moment of reaching down to help Nisiana, and then sort of, basically as Jen and I were joking about in chat, like the tallest dad, pulling out the tallest dad moment on both Nisiana and on Tanton. And it was interesting, too, because Hilar, and I think everyone feels the same way, people have a general respect for Hilar, and Hilar basically was like, to Alarian, you... As he said, a shield is no good if it cannot be shifted, if you can't move it to see where the danger is. And, Alarian took that on board, along with the rest of their companions, despite the frustration and, the annoyance that, annoyance being a relative term, but the sense of trouble about Yana's actions, and also communicating in a way what the frustration was with Yana more directly. Kind of Ilarion became the sort of focus of that. So again, good role play. It's not easy, in addition to playing emotionally in a sad way or in a grief-stricken way or in a broken sort of way, it's also very hard to role play anger without that anger coming across as over the top or bleeding over into actual player reactions, and that obviously is not what people want. So anger is one of the fundamental emotions, and either you come to grips with that or anger ends up controlling you anyway. So it was nice to see that modeled here. So again, John, I think you did good work here. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Oh, it was exhausting. in a good way, and I mean that. And I second Rob's. We're all friends here. We all know what RP is and how to, I think, do it properly. It is rather funny that we're 3 for 3, Rob and I. But I have something to say about this particular point. I'm going to start off. I'll try to keep this relatively quick. Yes, those who have been with Infinity and Beyond since the beginning and know that for some reason our characters always come to some sort of verbal. I like verbal fisticuffs. That's a great term. In this particular instance, I think this is the very most character-driven, not just because Kid was kind of a general smartass to everybody. Django had his own reasons for saying what he did and doing what he did, and we reached an accord on that one. This one, it was literally, I think, the immovable force meets the irresistible object. Irresistible object means the immovable force. That both of them
Yana
think they
is
are
the irresistible
absolutely
object.
right.
She's the irresistible individual. She's
right, but
charming and annoying at the same time.
Coming up against Valerian, who thinks how they think and is not willing to be swayed by that. And it was a great scene. I in the moment it was very difficult, but overall, now looking back, I enjoyed as much as you can enjoy something like that, just because the role play and the give and take and everything was tremendous. But it was also hard to do because you're absolutely right. The anger, making sure it's walking that line. And I have to say, we're level 5. We've been in these characters for a while, and it still kind of surprises me when Alarian gets angry because it's almost coming from a place outside myself. Because as the player, I'm trying not to play them that way. But when that happens, I go with it because sometimes writers will often say a character will come in and say, no, we're not doing what you want me to do. I'm doing this. And it's a very interesting instance when that happens. And I don't usually let a character do that, but I was like, well, this is obviously the reaction, so we're going to roll with it and see what happens.
Valerian's a natural leader, and I think Yana is more like Django, actually. I think that, and you put oil and water together, and that's not going to work.
Right.
You know?
But and I will give Hilary a point for saying, we have to come to some sort of a quarter or compromise. Yeah. But at the same time, I also think that Hilara's being a little, and several other members of the group are being a little narrow. Their vision is narrow. That's how Alarian sees it. And whereas they have seen these kind of situations unfold before in their long time on this continent, and they really do not wish to see it happen again. But that's will have to be fixed in the hopefully another session. But otherwise, and yes, the Alarian dad, that was very funny. But yeah, Alarian's not heartless. I mean, are they a construct? Sure, but recognizing what everyone has gone through, and I thought Jen played that just brilliantly and quiet, and that's why they knew this was a time to not try to justify anyone's actions or say anything, which was funny because I had wanted to talk to Nisiana about what had just happened. But when that happened, like, I need to change up my my actions, and so that's why Alarian did what they did, because it's like, no, we'll have to pause this for another time, and we'll fix that. And then they look back at, if I leave him up, he's just going to be up all freaking night. I know how this is going to go, and had to step in there and make sure that the beings got their rest. So yeah, and that was kind of fun too. I'm not going to lie, that was a hoot. So yeah, this was great. Everyone did well. This is a great group. I'm very pleased to be a part of it, Chad. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did putting on the show for you tonight. And just like everyone said, I cannot wait for the next one. We're still here. Arv, we're still here.
All right.
I think tomorrow, I think next session we probably will be gone. I'm not gonna like how I think it happens. Valerian's not gonna be pleased with this. But we'll see. There's a few things that Alarian.
This Telltale game.
Alarian, there's a few things they can still do. They're not out of this yet. And there's a few. They got a few tricks up their sleeve, up their vambrace.
Yes.
So, yeah. Yep.
You
guys can find me.
That at all.
You can find me here pretty much. I play with these folks, and then I've got my head down producing good stuff for BattleTech and Shadowrun and other stuff with the fine folks. Just about everyone here, as a matter of fact. Now I just have one more to bring into my fold, and she and I will be talking after she travels next week. So yeah. Thanks, chat, for everyone. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did putting it on.
Good stuff, John. Thank you. It's always a pleasure. And Marie and I were chatting a little bit behind the scenes as this conversation was going on, and just sort of like interested to, I wonder, what happens when these people are fighting each other. But I really appreciate, Marie, that Maramé is a character that I think everyone at a certain point looks to be able to with a general sense of, goodwill about the group, a general sense of optimism, but it's not a naive optimism. It's an optimism born from a belief. Almost a little bit, it reminds me of the Kalashtar dreaming provides a context that maybe some of the other characters don't have, that sort of ties together, like, yeah, the conscious world is this, right? But like the subconscious world, it's so much bigger than like what our conscious world tries to create for us as individuals. And I really appreciate that you are. I also want to talk about how difficult it is to role play when you've got these other like intense things going on. It's like role play, blah 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 blah, and then Jen comes in with it, and Nisiana's like blah 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 blah, and then you're just like, and you're like waiting for the moment, and when the moment then comes, then Merime is immediately and obviously Merime. Whether that was happening with the interaction that happened with Zodor, and I was glad to see Merime be one of the people get the chance to be selected to go in that group, whether it was Merime dealing with Yana, and this is not the first time that Merime and Yana have chatted with each other. Again, it's very much just immediately and clearly this character that you very much made your own, and which has a very distinctive and clear voice. And that has been very good to see, and there will be obviously much more that will come through about the dream world of the Kalashtar and that stuff that is going to be developed over time. So, but it was lovely to see that it wasn't, and that's what I meant by the sort of passive role play moments is waiting for the moment and then you're there, and that is always the case with you. And it was lovely to see that happen in this context too. So, how did you feel? So wonderful work is my point. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next week?
Thank you. I really enjoyed today's session. It was intense at times, but in a good way. It was interesting just trying to figure out like where Merime would go, because she's trapped in a very, the dream, like the visions, the Kalashtar thing, the Kori, all of that. And then she tries to be so grounded. So her personality is fun to play because she's got these different energies pulling at her, but she's made a choice that this is who I am going to be. I'm going to be present. I am going to be positive. I am going to look for the good, even when it looks like there's not any. So like, I'm going to try to be this driving force, even when things like today, she was a lot more distracted because she was still munching over kind of the vision and what she'd been told or shown to happen and what it could mean. So she was more distracted and having a hard time pulling herself into the now, which helped when she and Yana were chatting afterwards. It did help to kind of like, because Yana was going on at one point in a good way. And so she was like, okay, I should listen more, I should contribute, which is different for a bard, because she's not the chattiest bard you'll ever meet. When she's having a good time, she's chatting with her sister mentally and she's connected, then she'll jump more quickly. But when she's kind of closed off, she gets a little bit more less grounded, I guess. So anyways, it was fun to play. It was a lot of fun to play today, and to see everyone's role play too. I thought it was very fantastic, and I like that Nisiana sent Merime off as well. Merime is very proud, very proud.
I don't know if Merime knows how something you have to figure out, like how rough Nisiana feels at seeing what happened to Merime. Like, I'm not sure Merime totally gets that, because it feels almost like Merime's like, and then I fell, but thanks for resurrecting me, basically. And Nisiana's like, no, I am a broken person. And you're just like, I'm fine. Like,
this is great. Yeah. Let's have some coffee.
We are having conversations in the background, and she is trying to make sure I don't go evil or jaded.
Yeah. Don't go full villain. Yeah.
Because it really is her first. She literally didn't go into the war that was 4 years ago. Yeah. She was healing. So no, Merime is taking care of her little sister.
Yes, and trying to make sure she doesn't go completely insane. But Merime also respects the fact that everyone has their processes too, so she doesn't try to impose, like Yana, you should feel this way, or Nisiana, you should feel this way. Like, she tries to respect and just, okay, I get that you feel that way, but here, let me tell you this story. Yeah. And then, if you need to talk more, I'm here.
The therapist to the group, like, really is the therapist to the group. Everyone can talk to Merime.
She's very good.
It's like Yana. It's like Merime, you get me. Let's talk.
Sure.
Really?
And then I'll sing, and it'll be great.
Forget Alarian. Us girls will have a conversation. Let's talk over here.
We'll chat. It's good. You know, me and Nisiana will bring you shopping. We'll have a great time. Anyway, so I did enjoy it very much. Thank you, and I feel like I'm enjoying the fact that Mérimée is embracing the College of Swords almost more and more and more and more fiercely the more that she gets that Kalistar. It's like this will keep me grounded, and my sister and my friends and our missions, like this is keeping me grounded. So I'm enjoying playing that as well. Stabbing people. Next round, stabbing many people. And that's it. So thank you. I had a great time. For me, next, you can find me on Twitter, Facebook, all of that good stuff. I am also in a totally epic fantasy story bundle with curated by Kevin J. Anderson. I will put the link in the chat. It is on for 5 more days. It has a lot of great books for good prices, and proceeds go to charity. So totally worth it. And you get book 1, Princess of Life, for my epic fantasy, The Heirs of Broken Land, where you get strong emotions and also dead people, and also some very positive. There's singing too. There is singing in this book. So
what's the order? Is it dead people, then singing, then positive emotions? Like where's the?
Or is it singing and then dead people? Because
right,
it's all together.
It's all
like
together.
let's not.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, we're stacking. We're not,
Stacking.
layering. Yeah, it's good. You'll love it. And also, of course, on March 28th, which Jen already mentioned, come to Unsung Heroes. It's going to be a lot of fun. It was basically like, I've watched Pitch Perfect too often, and I love Eurovision, so let's see what we can do. And Jen had the idea for a band of tieflings, and we kind of combined it, and now it's going to be insane. And there are amazing players. We've played a couple of times already just to get an idea of each other's vibes and all that. They're great players. You're in for a treat. So come and join us. We'll have fun. Thank you all to all the players here too. This was amazing. And to Greg.
Great stuff. Thank you, Marie. Always a pleasure. It's good stuff. And last but certainly not least, Tren, you were obviously you were presenting. That's exactly what I mean. So you were presenting, and Rockout was talking about this in chat, that Tren is one of the best. Again, I have enormous respect for Tren's roleplay, because Tren's always committed to it. And so the idea that Tren had literally back-channeled me and was basically saying, like, just so you know, right? Because I said to him, like, I'm cracking up about the tools that you're using. He's like, well, he's got this flame right now as his eyes are going back and forth. And that was an example of what I meant about the not, and I shouldn't use active or passive, but the not front stage role play, right? Actors know that if you were on stage, you don't want to upstage someone, but you also do not want to be flat. You are being who you are at all times, even if the spotlight's not on you. And so the fact that Tanton is just literally just working on the brain of Sheriff and doing all this stuff or whatever with consistency is really, really lovely, especially when there's this swirl of chaos going on around them with all this other business. And yet Tanton really delivers the feeling where you're just like, and here's Tanton, being who he is, and being kind of as we said, the sort of brain of the group. And all that. It was really interesting to watch that play out. And it was just cracking me up in the middle of this super intense moment to just look over and you've got they got to turn in your knot or you're just doing the thing. It was just cracking me up. And it was, again, very solid role play as always. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
This is the point where usually when I'm presented with such a question, I drop into an accent and say, "Oh, I hated it. It was terrible."
Yes.
So I'm not gonna do that this time, although I kind of just did. But now I can't find the nail file I was using. Well, there's the purple.
You're so wrapped up in it before, and now you've misplaced it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this one is one I haven't used before, but it's a friend of mine gave me a set of glass nail files. And this one is purple on the tip, and this one's clear, and the other one was blue. And so depending upon what I'm working on, I'll grab different colored, things, because I don't use them otherwise. So it's just one of those things where somebody buys you a gift that you never, ever use.
Glass nail files are amazing.
They are. They're fantastic. I use them about once every 2 months when I cut my nails, which I did today. So, it's... Whereas if I do what he does, and I just once every day just kind of, I would never use my fingernail clippers because I would just file away whatever had grown over the last 24 hours. But anyway, whatever. Today was, it was a thing with today. It was good. I'm really glad that we didn't really get to see much of Tanton, that he was really just focused on his work, because as is going to become much more apparent over the next couple of days, he is going to get more and more nervous the closer we get to getting on that train. And you will learn why eventually.
If you keep watching, which you should do.
If he's still alive and doesn't get run over by the train he's riding.
You won't get. We'll protect you. I'll heal you. I can revive you.
If you have a diamond that's worth $300 that eventually cracks.
How does one end up under the train? How does one end up under the train if you're in the train?
Bingo! It's a Monty Python scheme, and Orville has run himself over. You know, it's the whatever the. It wasn't the Chariot of Idiots. It was like an idiots marathon.
Oh yeah.
Like
Oh my goodness, yes, very silly,
God.
like the very silly people Olympics or whatever.
Something.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
Anyway, yeah. So yeah, I think we got some fantastic role play today, and it's one of those, and it always seems to be this way. It's one of those situations where everybody's a little bit right, everybody's a little bit wrong.
Yeah.
And it's just like there's a moment where my character is just going to be like, okay, everybody shut up. Let's lay this out in order of what will happen, what we know is going to happen. And setting things in order like that, of the chain of events and how they're going to proceed, would probably solve 90% of the argument.
Mm-hmm.
But he just winds up sitting there with, tools coming out of every orifice and a glowing purple hand holding an arcane flame. Just watching people going back and forth, going, where do I jump in here? And then it winds up not happening. And he's just, when everybody leaves and it's time to go to bed, and he doesn't want to go to sleep because he knows if he goes to sleep, he's going to wake up one day closer to getting back on that train. So it's just, and then Dad Larian is like, go to your room. There's only one room here.
Go to your corner then.
Yes.
Oh, now I have to go sit in the corner. Thanks, Dad.
Hey, Yana does it all the time. She just picks one on the corner, pick one of the other ones.
At least it's not the punishment stare.
And at least she's not a ferret, because if a ferret goes in the corner, they're going to poop. That's why they're going there. It's just not not what anybody was talking about. So, yeah, it seems like there was something else that right. Dad Larian. I just imagine, like, as we're getting ready to leave, like, Larian grabs Tanton, like, by the chest, and pins him against the door frame, and then just the sword comes out of his wrist, and he's like, starts measuring how tall Tanton is now, and Tanton's like, trying to shrink down. He's like, stand straight. He's like, no, I don't want to. So, yeah, you're just going to see how much taller you are now. No! So that came to mind.
Straight.
I'll turn this train around.
And Tanton will just, surreptitiously send his mage hand around and rip Ilarian's power core out and be like, okay, that conversation's over. I know how to take you apart. You be quiet.
But you won't do that.
Oh, sure I won't. So, where will people see and or hear me next? Here, I believe, on Tuesday?
Yes, for some AIME.
Yes. Thordax Mommy will see me tomorrow. We've got actually some. It is so. When we finished the last session, that guy over there said, "Why don't you guys talk amongst yourselves and get some?" And then he also makes a whole Discord channel for us to talk and plan what we're gonna do, and like
giving our secrets away.
Right, and none of us used it until like this morning, right? And so,
You're giving our secrets away.
I know, and so I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's a secret that none of us use. So anyway,
that's true.
That's my secret, is to make it so you don't want to use the secret that the others set up secretly. I'm just saying.
Yes, and that person was in fact Ilarian. I mean John. I mean Ilarian. I mean John.
Dad, John Larry. Yeah. So with our Sunday in-house game, we did the same thing. We finished our thing last week. I was like, okay, let's sit down online and talk about what we're gonna do, so we have it planned out before next week. That's tomorrow. That's in 14, 15 hours, and we didn't start talking until basically this morning.
You know, I just like, God damn it.
We're one up on your Sunday crew then. Good.
Yeah,
Good.
sure. Yeah. Right. So, where will people hear me? Well, once he finishes doing the part that he's actively doing now, we will be able to upload whatever the last one was.
Honors Gauntlet.
Thank
Honors
you, that
Gauntlet.
one. It's this whole bottom row is involved with these audiobooks here.
That's what I'm going back and working on after I get off this call.
See? And that'll be Honors Gauntlet, which will probably be up sometime in 2027 when ACX finally finishes doing all of Buell shit.
Thank you for blaming ACX. I thought you were going to throw me under the train.
It's always been there.
Always ACX.
It's true.
ACX is
I will be delivering it to ACX much sooner than that, but ACX.
Yeah. So, you know, if you go and thanks to this man, if you look up Trendane Sparks on Audible, you will find nothing. But if you look up Trend Sparks, you will find like all 16 things that I have listed, 16, maybe 17 things, or just, you know, like look up Catalyst Game Labs on the thing. You'll see everything that Catalyst has had me do and him do and Lisa do and Sarah do and I just Scooby Doo and somebody.
C-Do and
right, exactly. Just not
With
Scrappy
much
Doo,
more to come.
Shabadoo and
right. I just want not Scrappy Doo because I want that creature dead. Anyway, so it's just awful. It's horrible. Just I hate him so much, more so than Leosin. Okay, that
Wow.
will put into
That's
perspective.
a powerful statement. Wow.
Wow.
My goodness. You know, Scrappy Doo is a Harper too.
Our friendly scribbling notes insert Scrappy into Eberron camp.
Oh no!
God damn it. Anyway.
Oh no!
So in 2 weeks when we come back, we may have a new DM.
Somebody's getting run over by that train. Take a few guesses and find out next session.
This was great work from all of the players. Thank you, players, so much. Great work from everybody. Chat, can we get some love for the wonderful players, as always, of Trendane Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of John Helfers, of Jennifer Brozick, and of Darkside Rob. Great work, players. I will see you folks next month, except for, well, I'll see some of you. I'll see Rob on Tuesday for our vocalists, and I'll see Tuesday night, and I will see Tren Tuesday afternoon, but otherwise I will see everyone else at their respective times. Thanks, everybody. Much love to the players.
Doodles.
Right.
That is going to do it for the game today. I felt bad. I had a feeling at the end of this that there was going to be this very long dismount. I was just like, yeah, because it ends up taking, you know, long anyway to be able to get through it. But it's hard, you know. Like, again, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to jump in and just be like, you know, let me shut up the discussion because the hell with you. I am. So I didn't want to be that, but I was very excited to see the players develop things, and I trust them. You know, they're mature people and they're mature players, and I trust them to be able to work these things through. And that's why, as you all know, when things are going like that, I just set the chair back and lean back because at that point I'm like, go to town. And once again, that was proven an accurate thing to do because it's great to see the players doing their work. So it was great. This is a great campaign. I'm very happy to be able to play it with them. And yeah, the campaign is going to be moving forward. You know, Justice for Salvation was called that for a reason. And next session, my guess is, knock on wood, that we will move through that and then head down to Sharn. Yeah, I mean, I do have to be careful, Thordax, because it can run late, and I don't want to do that to people. But you know, at the same time, especially if it's not like we're spinning our wheels, right? Like, I mean, this is role play that I think is really kind of moving things forward. So yeah, exactly. Crit Wishes writes itself. Exactly. I learned a long time ago. I've been, you know, playing D&D since I was 1984, really. So, I mean, basically since I was 12. So I have been playing D&D for 36 years. I have been DMing basically for about 35 of those 36 years. And I learned a long time ago that one of the best things you can do as a DM is to shut up and get out of the way and set the conditions whereby the players get to do their thing and you get to see the awesomeness of the players doing their thing. And that was what I had a chance to do today. So yeah, it was great. I am very, very pleased to be able to play with this crew. And I appreciate that everyone was with us in that chat. You did a great job today also. And I hope that we will continue to spread the word to get even more people in here. I know that we had a new player jump in and say that they were a newbie that was coming into D&D, and they were like, this is great to watch this. And so that was great. I am very happy that there are people coming in with that kind of a feel. Actually, you know what? Let's see. So my freshman year was 86, 87. So 8th grade was 85, 86. So 7th grade was 84, 85. So 6th grade was 83, 84. So technically I was 11 because I played for the first time Keep on the Borderlands during recess in 6th grade when I was 11. I had no idea what I was doing. So yes, you still have me beat by a couple of years. But anyway, I hope that these folks like the show. I hope you like the stuff that we do. And again, I'm proud of all my players. We do such great work on this channel with those role players. I'm so lucky to have such great players. So I hope you folks enjoyed it as well, and that you were a part of this, because that would be great. But I'm going to rise up on out of here because we've got more stuff coming tomorrow. Tomorrow, if you like this, you need to stop by to see some other players. Brandon O'Brien will be coming back with another great group of players as we continue our joint Speculate channel event of Girl by Moonlight, Fractal Spire. That's going to be happening tomorrow, I believe at 7 p.m. Eastern, with the Strange Friends. And then on Tuesday, as I said, we'll be back with Adventures in Middle Earth, and then D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh, and then Tuesday night for the Arvocalis doing some Planescape Torments. That's what we've got over the next couple of sessions. It's going to be great. Not necessarily. I was 11 in 1983. I turned 11 in 1983. So anyway, yeah. So that's very exciting for me to be able to see these players do what they do, and to be a part of it. And so I hope you will come back and see those various things. We do, of course, also some video games on this channel as well, including video role playing and stuff like that. And while I'm on the subject, please fill out this. How about I actually spell it right? Please do this. Because that is what I'm going to be playing a week from Tuesday, is going to be that. And it is a choice between Lost in Random, Under a Killing Moon, and Growlancer 2. Right now, Lost in Random has got 7 votes. We got 4 for Under a Killing Moon, 2 for Growlancer. So go there and vote, because that's going to be closing up on Tuesday. And on Tuesday, then that will close it up. And then the following Tuesday is when I'll actually play that game. So we do those games in addition to the stuff that we do here. But again, I'm just very blessed to be able to have a wonderful group of people with me. And if you like what you saw and heard, or like, wow, this is a great community, how can I learn more? I'm glad you asked. Please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube with !ArvTube. Please subscribe to me over on my YouTube channel, please. We're really trying to push that subscription over there. It doesn't cost you anything, but it makes a big difference for us, because we really want to be able to eventually monetize that channel, because it will give us flexibility here with the Twitch channel as well. We are up to about 812 or 813 subs. We need to get to 1,000. So we're almost there. So please, if you haven't done so, please subscribe over to us. That would be very much appreciated. I run games with viewers participating every other month. I didn't do it the last couple of months because I was playing with Prince Justin, Triffity Metz, and with Sean Duke from the Skiffy and Fanty podcast doing a critical crafting adventure. Next month is D&D with viewers, but next month I'm going to be finishing up Legacy of Dragonholt, which I do with the entire chat, and then I may or may not have another sort of with the entire chat thing that I might do a month after that. So I am going to get back to D&D with viewers for sure in the more traditional sense later this year, but I have just been playing through a bunch of these things that more or less do the same kind of thing, and I only have so many slots available. But I do every other month usually play D&D with viewers, and I will do so again. But I am just I'm just letting you know, because that's my plan, but that's what we're looking at. So yes, so for I mentioned already about the YouTube channel, !ArvCord is our Discord channel. Please hang out with us in between streams over on the Discord channel. And !ArvTweets, please follow me over on my Twitter as well. I will always post there when I'm going live or about various things going on with myself in all sorts of aspects of my professional and sometimes personal life. Please join me over there on !ArvTweets. Website is arvineleron.com. Playing the same time you were playing with friends at school. Same red box. Could very well be, original. I remember it well. I remember getting it, and I remember I think I got that. I'm pretty sure I got it from KB Toy Store, which no longer exists as a thing. Actually, it may have started coming back, KB Toys, but anyway, yeah, I such fond memories. And I still have that red box sitting right over there. You can see that red box right there on top. That is the red box. So you started summer 1983. Yeah, same time. For me, it would have been probably 83 to 4, right? So it would have been fall 83. So it would have been right there within a couple of months. Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, they threw it away. Oh man. That hurts down deep. Anyway, so there's that. Website, arvinelrun.com. Financially, !Arv shop. If you want to get a shirt like this, you want to show your infinity and beyond pride and support the channel at the same time, you can go to !Arv shop. !Arv Treon is the Patreon, which is a big part of the channel. That really is the financial backbone of the channel. That's sitting right there. 20 patrons, $198 per month. We're trying to get that above 200 and move up there. And doing that is going to be a big deal. Because we want to be able to get to some channel goals, and also it allows you to get inspirations to help the players. It allows you to get other stuff as well, including copies of one of my band's albums, professional writing critique, character background, stuff like that. So please support me and the channel over on the Patreon, and thank you so much for your support there. Also, thank you if you have subbed to the channel. And if you haven't, please consider doing so. You can get those custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch, and can also get inspirations to help our players. Publishing, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And both Athos and Alligator Alley will be responsible for my Greyshade Kickstarter coming in just a couple of months. Greyshade, the book, will be published. The novel will be published in late May 31st, and we are going to be doing the cover reveal for that next month during an Eberron stream. So one of our Eberron streams is going to feature a cover reveal of Greyshade, and it looks awesome. So I'm super excited about that, and I cannot wait to share that with all of you. And then the Kickstarter for the second 2 books in the series, and for the tabletop role-playing game that we're making, that Alligator Alley is going to be responsible for, with Aaron Rosenberg designing it and Rich Lescouflair consulting, and then also the audiobook done by one Mr. Trendane Sparks. So I'm very excited about it. If you like the storytelling we do here, if you like the storytelling I try to do as a part of these streams, then I hope you will consider doing me the honor of checking out my storytelling in other forms, specifically the long chosen form of what I do. So please make sure to check that stuff out. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, very important to reach out to others when you need help, and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, which of course gives you a series of links to be able to help the way that they can support a war, support the people who have been part of a war they did not choose and did not want. There have been 5 million, they estimate, displaced Ukrainian refugees, either displaced internally or have fled the country or have tragically been killed thanks to an imperialist expansionist war. And it is terrible, and my thoughts and prayers are with the people of Ukraine. And so I hope that you will check out those links and do that stuff as well, because it's important. What we did here, I was thinking about that a little bit today, with a town trying to stand up and fight against, an oppressor. And that hits pretty close to home right now. But that is going to do it for me for today. But we are going to do a raid. It's not that late, so we are going to do a raid. And a raid works like this. If you're not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. Arvanauts have landed. You got Arvany hype there. Twitch raid. You got Arvany roar, Arvany woe, Arvany witch, Arvany smug, Arvany love, Arvany blown. All the Arvanys when you head over and are brought over automagically. Please do go and do that raid, and then feel free to head off to whatever the rest of your evening brings you. But that would be much appreciated if you could. Yeah, that would be lovely. And let me just double check and see who we've got here. The line must be drawn here. I know exactly who I am going to raid today. Yes, I know I'm going to raid, and it will be appropriate. It'll be appropriate for these circumstances. So that's going to do it for me for today. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Triffity Mats. Thank you so much for being the best mods on Twitch. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Triffity Mats, Darkside Rob, Echo Alphix5, Crit Twitch, Divinorium, JLC, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, Thordex Mommy, and Trendane. And thank you to my wonderful viewers, Abjulie. Thank you to Academy Impossible, Blackberry Bear. What's up, Blackberry? Thank you to Black Fury, to Dino Doze. Thank you to Dr. Music. Thank you to Erica. Thank you to Jody Moon, LaKaylee, Lenaray, Light and Passion. Thank you to Major Makoto. Thank you to Neck in the Clouds. Thank you to Nonstop, who is a sub. I don't know why he always shows up there. Thank you to Nyapon. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Sony PlayStations. Thank you to Taken Alpha. Thank you to TNS Mephiston. And a special thanks tonight to my wonderful players, to Trent Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, to John Helfers, to Jennifer Brozek, and to Darkside Rob for wonderful play. That is going to do it for me. Please stick around for the raid, and thank you very much, my friends and lovely viewers, the Arvanauts. I will see you folks back here tomorrow for some Speculate Sunday evening, for some Speculate and Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire with Brandon O'Brien as GM. That's it for me. Much love, and I will see you folks soon. Everyone, please be good to each other and stick around for the raid. Bye for now.
It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Grey. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Grey from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Grey to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.